want to thank you because today we are at the coast, Jehovah God. We thank you for these meetings, Jehovah Father. We thank you for the facilitators in the name of Jesus. We thank you for safe journey masses from our homes, our houses to this place. We glorify you and magnify you, Jehovah God, because we've come to be sharpened in the name of Jesus. As your word says, an iron sharpens an iron. We shall not leave this place the same in the name of Jesus. We thank you for the men and women who came up with the idea of Aptak. We've never been the same. We've gone a mile, Jehovah God. We can see light in the tunnel in the name of Jesus. Things have gone the right way, Jehovah Father. We've come from primitivity, my God, to prosperity in the name of Jesus. Be blessed, be glorified in the name of Jesus. As we are at the coast, Jehovah God, nothing shall hurt one of us, Jehovah God. Even the food shall not harm us, Jehovah God, but we shall praise you and exalt you. Thank you even for the MC, Jehovah God, as it starts to roll over, Jehovah God, giving more wisdom, understanding, my God, and knowledge in the name of Jesus. We bless you and exalt you. We refuse any power and any spirit of slumber as we sit here, Jehovah God. Riba, shit. Thank you, Lord. We bless you. We exalt you. For in Jesus' name prayed and believed.
Amen. Thank you very much. Let's appreciate Martin for that wonderful prayer that will set the tone for this beautiful event, ladies and gentlemen. Just to bring you up to speed, for those ones who were not here yesterday, karibuni sana, mjisikie mko kwenye kongamano, feel at home, feel at house. This is just the second day of a 3 beautiful day conference, and our theme for the conference is sustainable value creation and opportunity in pensions, from strategy to measurable outcomes. Yesterday we had wonderful speakers, wonderful sessions. We had even discussions at the tail end of the day, which were really magnificent, and I believe even today as we continue we'll be going a notch higher. And so to give us a few welcoming remarks, ladies and gentlemen, I would want to welcome All right, thank you, Kwame. All right, just a small in-house consultation. If you know any other delegate that is out there and you have their contacts, please kindly just tell them we have already started. It will make things easier for us so that they do not miss out on what we have in store today. And so to give us the welcome remarks, ladies and gentlemen, from the Kenya Power Pensions Fund, I would want to welcome my brother, Bwana Edwin Ruto, who is the CEO of the Kenya Power Pension Fund. Wapi makofi yake anapokuja to give us the welcoming remarks. Asante sana. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, MC. Let me write on the protocols that were adhered to yesterday and say that good morning, distinguished delegates. It's really a pleasure for me to stand in front of you in this very wonderful facility. I was just wondering whether in future this is something that we need to consider. Now, my business is to just do welcoming remarks. And before I start, let me just recognize the presence of my 2 chairmen for both DB and DC. I think Sami Odwari is the chairman of DB, and Ernest Nadome will be joining us shortly. And this is just to, their presence here is just a testament that we strongly believe in industry collaborations. That is why we actively participate, because we believe that by working together, we should be able to take this journey to the desired destinations. Yesterday we had a very exciting moments, and I'm sure we must have taken at least 1 or 2 lessons that we will be taking home. I want to promise, I think from today's programs, that it will be even more exciting. As you can be able to see, we have lined up various areas that we'll be discussing. And what I will urge each one of us is to actively participate. We need to have these conversations, because at the end of it all, we've been entrusted with this responsibility of planning for that future that we discussed very, very enthusiastic yesterday. 20 years down the line, most of our fruits will be yield or will be realized. And I'm sure each one of us expect that when that time comes, the people that we will be, or the people that we are trying to plan their future will be proud of each one of us. So allow me just to touch on one issue, and I think that is what keeps us awake, and that is the issue of the pension adequacy. We all have an objective of ensuring that when our members retire from active employment, they sustain or they live the same lifestyle that they have developed over time. Internationally, I think that is being assigned to a number, and we've been told the global yardstick is to be able to achieve 70% of your last salary. 70% is the yardstick. So if you're earning 100,000, then you should be, your pension should be 70,000 per month. So I'm sure at the back of our mind, in our respective schemes, you need to be asking yourself, how far are you from attaining that yardstick of 70%? As KPPF, this is something that we put a lot of focus on. And we've given ourselves, I think we've just finalized our strategic plan. But in the next 5 years, whatever number that we have, we want to grow it by 40%. So if it is X, we want to grow it by 40%. And this encompasses strategic initiatives around the three key phases of our retirement cycle. There are a lot of initiatives around the contribution stage to ensure that you are contributing enough. And luckily, I think through the support of the regulator and the industry, we've been able to get several incentives. And thanks to the regulator, thanks a lot, Mr. Mashira. I think 2024 was a very, December actually, to be specific, was a very good day for the pension schemes. This is the time when we were able to get breakthrough in terms of the tax incentives that we've been pushing the policymakers for some time. And for the first time, all the people who are retiring are not paying a single tax. So that was a major breakthrough. And I think in line with the theme of this conference, which is to move from strategy to measurable outcomes. So the challenge for us is how then do we maximize those opportunities when they are given? We've been singing on the issue of tax deductible for, I think, almost 20 years. And it's only in 2024 where that number was increased from 20 to 30,000. So the key question is, how many of our members are taking advantage of that room that has been provided? We normally have a challenge in our organizations where we are asking people, of course I hope there is no one from KRA here, whether you love KRA or you love yourself. Because by saving 10,000, you are basically saving a tax burden of 3,000 shillings. So if we keep on saying we are strained in terms of the disposable income. But remember, you have to pay the 3,000 to KRA. Same thing to the PRMF. We've been given a room of up to 15,000, tax-free. And that gives you a tax saving of 4,500. So if you are not doing PRMF as a member, then you are paying 4,500 extra to KRA. And back to the questions again, whether you love yourself or you love KRA most. And I think that's the decisions that a member need to make. And back to the issue of the adequacy. We mentioned that we are looking at it from the three phases. We mentioned about the contributions to ensure that it's the right contribution levels. We mentioned about the investments, and I think part of the initiatives is around scaling up and optimizing the investments opportunities. And finally, on the access phase. So those are the initiatives around that journey. And we look forward to increasing and enhancing that net replacement ratio as we progress. So with those few remarks, allow me to end there. I want to wish you a very fruitful engagement, and we look forward to tomorrow when we'll be doing our resolutions towards ensuring that we scale up our pensions industry in Kenya. Thanks, and God bless you.
Thank you very much. Let's give a round of applause for that wonderful remark. Thank you. Thank you very much, Bwana Ruto, for welcoming us and giving just an update of where we were, or where we need to be as well. Without much ado, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go to our first speaker of the day, and then after he finishes, we might just take one or two questions, and then I might just allow him to take his leave. All right, I will consult with the technical team, then it will give us the link for the stream so that people can also be streaming even as we continue. Thank you very much, Bwana SG, for that reminder. Asante sana. So to talk about designing, to talk about growth of Islamic pension assets and global and regional perspectives, ladies and gentlemen, today I want you to help me put our hands together to welcome the Director of Premier Bank, Bwana Tengeri Osoro, to discuss that. Let's give him a round of applause as he approaches the podium to take us through that wonderful session. Karibu sana Bwana Osoro, you can take over. Asante.
Growth of Islamic pension assets, global and regional perspective. This is what I'm here to speak about today. So all protocols observed. Good morning, distinguished guests, fellow industry leaders, and all delegates. It's a real pleasure actually to be part of this 5th annual international conference convened by Aptak, an event that has firmly established itself as a meeting point of thought leaders shaping the future of social protection and pensions across Africa. Allow me first to commend the organizers for choosing such a timely theme: sustainable value creation and opportunity in pensions, from strategy to measurable outcomes. This is not just an academic discussion. It's a choice. This is not just an academic discussion, it's an urgent conversation about aligning capital values and innovation to secure dignified retirement for millions of Africans. As you've heard, my name's Tengeri Osoro, and I serve the board of directors for Premier Bank, both Kenya and Somalia. Institutions that are built on foundations of trust, ethics, and innovation. Through our fully licensed subsidiary of Premier Capital, we hold a fund management license, which positions us uniquely at the intersection of banking, investments, and Islamic finance. And it is from this vantage point that I join this plenary to share not only insights, but real value propositions, the opportunity for us as a regional ecosystem to co-create pension solutions that are ethical, inclusive, profitable, and globally competitive. Products that could one day rival the sophisticated pension frameworks of Malaysia and the Gulf states. So to put it into context, why Islamic pensions matter? Let me start with a question. What does the concept of Islamic pension really mean? Anyone? So it's simple. It's about empowering retirement savings through Sharia-compliant financial principles, which prohibit interest, otherwise known as riba, discourage excessive uncertainty, speculations, and promote ethical, asset-backed investments. But underneath this faith-based foundation lies something deeper: value-based finance that resonates not only with Muslims, but with emerging generations of savers and investors like myself, seeking transparency, social impact, and moral alignment in their financial decisions. In other words, the rise of Islamic finance reflects a global appetite for financial systems that are anchored on ethics and economic activity, a counterweight to speculation and short-termism. Today, Islamic financial assets globally are over $4 trillion and growing at a rate of 10 to 12% annually. Pension assets, though still a fraction of this total, are rising steadily, supported by new regulatory frameworks and growing trust in Sharia-compliant capital markets. What's the global landscape? So we take lessons from the leaders. When we look at the global experience, we find some remarkable developments worth studying and possibly replicating. Malaysia's dual pension system. The Employees Provident Fund manages parallel pension window, one which is conventional and another one which is Sharia compliant. Within 5 years, the Islamic fund grew into a multi-billion-dollar vehicle driven by voluntary migration and consistent returns. Next country is Indonesia. Through the OJK, Indonesia created enabling regulation for Islamic pension and takaful providers, building a framework that allows equitable institution-level growth without duplicating governance. Then, of course, we know of the Gulf markets, Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Qatar. Institutional funds have expanded their portfolios into sukuks, which are Islamic bonds, sustainable real estate, and infrastructure, demonstrating that Sharia-compliant funds can compete on performance and scale globally. Across the globe, Islamic pensions are moving from moral alternatives to mainstream choices. They are energies of inclusive capital formation, bridging formal and informal sectors, and aligning with sustainable investment goals. So we come back to regional and local context, which I call the African opportunity. Here in Africa, we are at the start line of what could be a transformative movement. In East Africa, regulators such as the Retirement Benefit Authority of Kenya and the Bank of Uganda have signaled readiness to incorporate Islamic finance principles into the broader pension ecosystem. This is not by chance. It reflects demographic realities, evolving investor preference, and a sustained push for inclusion. In Somalia, where Premier Bank was formed, for instance, privately managed Sharia-based pension and saving plans are already operating successfully, demonstrating a proof of concept. In Kenya, the enabling environment is taking shape. The CMA and RBA have both approved several Islamic investment funds, and the National Treasury has signaled interest in sukuk and similar instruments. Yet, a gap remains, particularly in the availability of Sharia-compliant investment assets, the capacity of trustees and administrators to structure compliant funds, and awareness among potential members. And the most is a secondary market where this can be traded. But those very gaps represent our greatest opportunity. The point to space where innovation, collaboration, and smart policies can unlock new growth channels. and that is where Premier Bank and Premier Capital see the strategic role. So the proposition. At Premier Bank Kenya, our philosophy has always been to merge faith-based principles with world-class financial innovation. Through Premier Capital, our fund management arm, we have built an institutional capacity to manage diversified Sharia-compliant portfolios that combine prudence, transparency, and ethical yield. We are not here merely to promote a concept, but to offer a platform that trustees, administrators, and regulators can leverage to co-create pension products that serve diverse communities, from urban professionals to entrepreneurs, informal workers, within a compliant and trusted ecosystem. It is this value proposition that I bring to the plenary today, to explore partnerships, to share technical expertise, to collaborate in building Islamic pension products that can stand shoulder to shoulder with Malaysia and the Gulf states. Imagine a regional pension ecosystem in which Kenyan institutions are structuring East African sukuks, backed by infrastructure funds in which members can choose ethical, transparent, and sustainable investment pathways, and where Kenya becomes a continental center for Islamic pension innovation. That is possible, but only if we walk this journey together. So what are the pathways for collaboration? To move from vision to measurable outcomes, 3 levers must move. Policy enablement. Encourage the RBA and Treasury to finalize Islamic pension guidelines, similar to those governing Islamic banking and capital markets. Create a Sharia supervisory board, this is very important, for pension products to ensure compliance and consistency. Product innovation. Develop sukuk-based pension products for infrastructure investment. Introduce Waqf-based social security schemes to support vulnerable retirees. Design hybrid funds with ESG alignment to attract younger contributors who seek ethical impact. And the actuaries in the room will tell us that Africa is one of the youngest continents. I think our average age in Africa should be 19, if not 20. So the earlier we start, the better. Capacity building and awareness. Partner with Aptak, RBA, and universities to train trustees and fund managers in Islamic pension management. Building public literacy around Sharia-compliant pension investing works, dismantling myths, and highlighting performance parities with conventional schemes. So looking ahead, what is our vision? The goal isn't just to merely replicate what Malaysia or the Gulf states have achieved. Our goal is to build an African model, one shaped by local needs, but benchmarked by global practices. A model that fuses Kenya financial innovation ecosystem with East Africa's youthful, dynamic population. The model where pension funds fuel real economic assets, renewable energy, housing, logistics, and agribusiness, all within an ethical investment lens. If we align our regulatory, financial, and intellectual capital, Kenya can lead the continent in ethical pension transformation. So in my conclusion is a call to action. As I conclude, allow me to bring us back to the spirit of this year's theme, from strategy to measurable outcomes. It's time we moved beyond dialogue to implementation, to measurable investment, inclusive pension solutions. And so I extend this open invitation to Aptak, to RBA, to trustees, to fund managers in this room. Let us all collaborate. Let us design products that reflect our shared value of fairness, stewardship, and sustainability. Let us position Kenya and East Africa as a global innovation hub in inclusive and Islamic pensions. At Premier Bank and Premier Capital, we are ready with the regulatory capacity, experience, and passion to help that vision become a reality. Together, we can redefine the future of pension investments, one that is not only financially sound, but morally grounded, socially inclusive, and globally competitive. Thank you.
Let's appreciate Bwana Osoro for that. What a lovely presentation, short and precise and to the point. But I believe there could be maybe one or two questions maybe you could take, and then we can have you released. We take one or two questions for Bwana Osoro, please. Ikiwa kuna swali, yes, I see there's a question here. Let me just give you this.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Soro, for that elaborate presentation. I just wanted to know, there are two words you used, conventional and ethical. Is there an ethical in this? And it's important to understand this emerging concept or product, Islamic product, so that for people to, for an institution to participate, appreciate the value addition on this Islamic products from the conventional, they need to we need to understand, or I need to understand that value addition, that difference. What is it that is different from the this current conventional to this product that you're calling ethical Islamic product? So that I think there is some, you need to demystify something, if you can. Then we need sustained, continued civic education across the board to trustees, to members, so that we all understand, then own the products, the processes, then we can grow that sector. Thank you.
Thank you. Those are good questions. So when I say ethical, basically mean these are principles or contracts gotten into in Sharia contracts. So basically, they are based on, so normally you would have like speculative trades, you'd have investments that are not like asset-backed. So all Islamic pensions or all Islamic investments are backed by real business or by real value. So I would say metals, like precious metals and such like. So there is a real asset backing to the schemes. On the education part, I think it's a collaboration, and that's why in my speech I said we need to educate through RBA, through Aptak, through universities, to take this education to all the trustees and all the industry players.
Thank you very much for tackling that. Asante sana. Moving on. All right, thank you very much. Let's appreciate Bwana Osoro for that. Maybe I just take one more before he leaves. If there is none, I'll kindly request Bwana SG aweze kuja. Bwana Osoro, you can just remain there. We have a goodie bag for you before you leave. Bwana SG nitaomba uweze kuja ili tuweze tukamkabidhi Bwana Osoro zawadi kama nitaita hivyo, ili kabla aondoke, as we prepare for our next speaker. Let's appreciate the SG as he comes to very much. Bwana SJ, subiri kidogo apige picha kidogo na hilo bango la Aptak. It will be very lovely to have that as the background. Thank you very much. Asante sana. All right, thank you very much. Asante sana. Let's appreciate Bwana Osoro for making time to be here with us this wonderful morning just to discuss on matters growth of Islamic pension assets, global and regional perspectives. Thank you very much. Also, I just polite reminder, we have a very lovely exhibition stand out here. Please make sure you visit them, get to understand the products that they're having and the services that they are offering out there, please. Without much ado, ladies and gentlemen, I want to invite our second speaker for this wonderful morning, who will be tackling balancing fiscal sustainability and social adequacy, policy governance reforms for incisive pension systems. Ladies and gentlemen, please kindly put your hands together and help me welcome to the podium Mr. Charles Mashira, the CEO, Retirement Benefits Authority of Kenya. Asante sana. Thank you very much.
I'm very sure I submitted my presentation. Colleagues, good morning.
Good morning, Charles.
Good morning once again. I note the president is not here with us today, but the deputy president is with us. Deputy President Aptak, the one who has not been impeached, I'm reminded severally. Charles Nyameno, the Chairman Board of Directors, Retirement Benefits Authority. I believe somebody is uploading my presentation. Perfect. Our able Secretary General of Aptak, Mr. Boniface Mwangangi, or trustees present in this forum, or administrators present. I know this room is also full of industry captains, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. I stand before you to speak to the subject matter that the MC has spoken to, but I have to confess, when I was asked to speak to this subject matter, they said I need to talk to balancing physical sustainability and social adequacy. And over and above that, speak to policy and governance reforms for inclusive pension system. You know, if this was a submission of a thesis or something of that nature, it would be such a heavy one. So I had to ask Mwangangi, put it simply, what do you want me to speak to? And he told me, just speak about the growth of the industry and where we are, and tell us, with this growth, what impact does it have to the lives of the members who are saving for retirement? So, on MC, forget about the physical sustainability and the governance and all those issues. We're only dealing with two issues: where we are as an industry, what we are doing to make the space of the people who are saving for retirement a better space. Are we there, my brother? Yeah, but because I know the persons in this room and a good number of the faces in front of me are pretty very familiar to me, I could start by just sharing where I come from, the Retirement Benefits Authority, the regulator of pension funds in Kenya. But I want to remind ourselves what our chief guest said yesterday, when she referred to the book by, I think, Peter Drucker, and she kept on saying, let's create the future today as trustees, as administrators, by doing that which will optimize members' benefits as they attain retirement age. RBA is the organization which oversees the operations or the regulation of the retirement benefits industry in Kenya. I'm saying this because I know we have international guests from Uganda. And there is no better way to start my presentation or this discourse without touching on the subject matter of what we do and what we are allowed to do. And specifically, I should start by saying that the core business of the authority is to ensure that we have standards and hygiene in what transpires in this space. without reading the specific mandates. I think the second issue is to ensure that we protect the rights of the members of pension funds in Kenya as and when those rights crystallize or mature. It cannot be said, or we cannot succeed if we do not speak to the subject matter of developing this industry. And when I say developing the industry, it's very clear from where I sit that specifically the subject matter to the effect of we have 1,030 pension funds, and save for NSSF, all those other schemes, for all intent and purposes, are voluntary arrangements. I mean, there's no employer who is compelled. I know the public servants here will say all employees are hired on permanent and pensionable terms. Yes, indeed, that is a position. But there is no law in Kenya which says you must establish a retirement benefit scheme. And therefore, we have largely operated from a regime of voluntarism in terms of the pension funds that we supervise today. But we have come a long way. 1,030 pension funds. I think yesterday I heard the proposition that it's now time to do consolidation, bring these schemes, move towards creating economies of scale. Maybe it's a time to have sectoral retirement benefit schemes so that the energy sector in Kenya, or the water sector, or the teaching profession, or the universities can have one standalone pension fund. I think it's a good discourse. But as we get there, as we put policies and the regulatory propositions to get there, we should also be proud of where we have come from and where we are today. And therefore, the business of promoting in the context of our mandate is very critical because it is what has brought us to the numbers that I'll be speaking to in a short while. Good. Perfect. Yeah. Perfect. So, having said so, I don't want to delve with the other key mandates because this is not a class law, but I think it would be good to say that we are all in the space of ensuring that the Kenyan retiree exits from the working life in dignity and they live a dignified life in their retirement, post-retirement period. And that for us is very critical because it's also the vision of the Retirement Benefits Authority. So colleagues, allow me to just share with you where we are as an industry. These numbers have been mentioned in various fora. But in terms of the pension assets, this industry has been there for many years, but the RBA Act and regulations came into play in the year 2000. So we can say this is the 26th year of the regulated environment within the retirement benefit sector. If you look at it in terms of the pension assets under management, as at December 2025, this gives you a number of 2.81 trillion Kenya shillings. And I have no doubt, ladies and gentlemen, because we know where we are. I'm speaking to trustees, I'm speaking to administrators. You know, in terms of returns, we're already still in the space of double digits this year, not as high as what Edwin spoke to earlier on. But there is no doubt that by June this year, we will gross over the 3 trillion Kenya shillings in terms of assets under management. Interestingly, the last calendar year, January to December, pension fund assets grew by more than 700 billion Kenya shillings. 700 billion Kenya shillings. And definitely this is driven by two factors: remittances of contributions, but we cannot ignore the space as to which the NSSF is playing in this space, enhanced contributions. The PSSF, Public Service Superannuation Fund, I think those two schemes now are grossing over 1 trillion Kenya shillings on their own by the end of this year. So 1/3 of our industry is NSSF and PSSF. But we should also be proud that the returns in this space have also been very good. And for those schemes whose returns were below 20% from where I sit in the last financial year, did not take advantage of the opportunities of the markets. And I think the charge is to the trustees. I will not ask you to raise your hands if your scheme did not declare a return of more than 20%. It wouldn't be unfair, but I think it's a lost opportunity for the year 2024-2025. In terms of members who are saving for retirement, this is where it becomes a little bit dicey. 4.1 million actively contributing members on a monthly basis. If you look at it, because we have also locked in the access of benefits for members who exist from service, the number goes up to around 7.5 million. Okay? But I think the real number is 4.1 million, or 4 million Kenyans are saving for retirement on actively on a monthly basis. I said the annual growth last year was 24.7%. This is an average, so that's why I'm saying if your scheme gave a return below 20%, the charges to the trustees, the charges to the prayers in that space. Please, and if you use NSSF as a benchmark, because we get applications as a regulator to exempt you to contract out from NSSF. NSSF gave a return of 17%, so I think we should put a criteria. Before we allow you to contract out, you must outperform NSSF. It is true, because why would you want to outperform, to contract out from NSSF to another scheme, to your scheme, when your return is poor or is lower than NSSF? And remember, all of us are working, I think 98% of the pension funds in Kenya today are defined contribution schemes, and the main driver is investment returns. Okay? If NSSF can optimally give a net return of 17%, then please don't lodge an application to seek for contracting out. But anyway, the decision is on the trustees. You are the fiduciaries and the membership that you oversight. But looking at these numbers again, because it's critical, I think the discourse we had yesterday about diversification of pension fund assets and the need to go to on alternatives, it will still be coming to us. But if you look at these numbers and you look at them in the context of their contribution to our GDP, 16% of our GDP can be hypothecated on pension fund assets today. Okay? As I said, the question of coverage, it has been a problem because we are largely in a voluntary environment. Employers establish retirement benefit schemes as and when they want. We speak about 1,000 schemes, but that number is much higher. The number of employers in Kenya participating in or establishing retirement arrangements, if you take in the numbers of people who are in umbrella arrangements, and I know we have, I don't see many industry players here today, but I know CPF is one of the umbrella schemes. We have Zamara, amongst others, without going to the details. We have more than 3,200 employers who have sponsored retirement benefits arrangements. Those numbers may not be very impressive, but it's better than many other countries in Africa. And I'm not talking about Uganda, because I know we have colleagues and friends from Uganda present in this forum. But look at it from this point of view. The number of active employers limiting contributions to NSSF. I don't know whether you saw those numbers when NSSF declared their returns. I think it's like 77,000 employers are compliant with NSSF. And I think that number came from 78 or 79,000 to 77,000. Yet the active employers making voluntary, establishing voluntary arrangements for their employees is only 3,200. That gives you the journey that we need to work towards filling this space. I was trying to convince myself that because coverage is low, and we can then use the excuse that Kenya is largely an informal sector biased labor force. More than 80% of our labor force is in the informal sector. And here we are with a law which was established in the year 2000, largely focusing on the formal sector. You know, for those who have been around, the Retirement Benefits Act actually was established to cure the challenges of what was existing in the formal sector then. Maybe that disconnect has been with us for too long. It's time to take a different tangent to cure the coverage in the informal sector. And please allow me to just mention the figure of NSSF. Now that they are, as of December, that number was 623 billion Kenya shillings. Maybe I should go back to that slide. And I know I was in a forum about a month ago with the NSSF, and the assets under management now have gone beyond 700 billion. If you recall, and I'm not here as an advocate of the Kenya Kwanza government, I think the president did commit that he will ensure that within the first term of his term, he will double the assets under NSSF. At that point, we were at 320 billion Kenya shillings. If you look at the numbers, they are public. Now we are at 700 billion. That has already been surpassed before the end of his term, but it is more to do with enhanced contributions, a little bit of more compliance, and good investment returns. And that's why I've spoke about the last return of NSSF assets was 17%. I don't know whether we have anybody from NSSF in this room, but I can see the CEO is not here. At Aptak, I think you need to, when we have the annual conference, may I put it to you, NSSF is an integral engagement that we should have in this discourse. When we have an annual conference, they should be invited, and if they are not members of Aptak, you should find a way, because Aptak is also voluntary, to engage them so that we can have a complete discourse of what is happening in this space. So, ladies and gentlemen, turning to the assignment I was given, it was to define where we are as an industry, what is happening, just to give you the trend of the growth of the pension assets in the last 10 years, from 2015 to where we are today. In 2015, the total assets under management was 755 billion. And we have now spoken about 2.81 trillion Kenya shillings. And there is no doubt, as is expected in any investment market, there will be up and downs, but largely, on average, because these are averages, we have done very well, ladies and gentlemen, to see this growth, and this growth is both the assets and the investment returns, and of course the contributions that have been made. Because I've mentioned the PSSF, or Public Service Superannuation Fund, and I can see the CEO has walked in. Bwana Ibei, karibu sana. I believe David Koros of NSSF is joining you shortly. We also spoke about NSSF because they are playing a very good role in this space. Ladies and gentlemen, having said so, this now takes us to, I think I would like to go back to where we were yesterday. The question was spoken. I think the first discourse was to do with alternative assets and infrastructure. But this is a distribution of the pension assets. If you look at the 2.81 trillion Kenya shillings that we spoke about, then you realize that you'll find more than 52% of that amount of money, 1.5 trillion Kenya shillings, is purely in government paper, government bonds and treasury bills. 11% is what is in the quoted equity. Then we have what is in property, around 9% or 8.5%. And then further, 19% or 18.5% is in guaranteed funds for those who use insurance companies as mediums of saving for retirement. Now, if you go slightly further and look at what is this which is held by guaranteed funds or insurance companies, which is 19%, then you realize it's still government paper. 80% of the underlying assets of guaranteed funds is still government securities. So for all intent and purposes, the Kenyan pension industry has an overconcentration of investments in government securities to the tune of 70% of the total assets is in government paper. And I know we have fund managers and the investment advisors and investment experts in this room. I think the question we start asking ourselves is, how did we get to this domain where everybody invests in the same asset class, and that is government securities? So we have allowed for 15 asset classes where pension funds can invest, but in those 4 asset classes, 90% of the total assets are in 4 asset classes, the one I've mentioned. The 11 asset classes which is what was spoken to about yesterday, only control 9% of these industry assets. If you like, let's use 10% to make it 2.8 billion Kenya shillings is only what is in. I don't want to say everything is in alternatives, but for sure, the numbers are very low, including, I think everybody comes to Kenya, especially when we get guests from outside this country. They keep on asking, what is investments in offshore? Currently, it's only 3%. The opportunities are there. We have allowed, the law allows pension funds to invest up to 15% of the assets offshore. I think the depth of the market and what the fund managers are doing in this space, and the trustees, I don't want to start here and say the trustees have not allowed the fund managers to optimize returns. Definitely they have, but I think that we have challenges. And when you look at these numbers, to be honest, for those who are economists, they will tell you that in markets which have high inflation, having fixed income returns or securities for that matter may erode the purchasing power of retirement incomes of retirees. And that is a material. This is from a classroom point of view. You see also that we have over-concentration of the pension assets in one asset class, that is the government securities. And finally, if you look at it from this sort of investments, when you over-concentrate investments in only one investment class, in this case, government securities, you deny or you limit financing of private sector. And of course, growth in private sector stimulates growth in the industry. We will be speaking about this matter, and I think we'll have discourses going forward, including, I think, next week. Just to indicate that I believe all of you are aware about the National Infrastructure Fund Act, which was accented to in the month of March last year. If you listened to the pronouncement and the discourse that the President spoke to, he said we are in a space where we need to get local capital to support local development on condition, and there's an underlining word, on condition that we get securities that pension funds can partake, securities that can meet the expectation of pension funds in terms of being long-term assets to meet the long-term liabilities of pension funds, but more importantly, also to offer pension funds mediums of investing and getting a return that surpasses or beats inflation. And that's very critical for us. I know the fund managers will speak to this subject a little bit better than I can, but with a view of ensuring that we create a regulatory framework and we minimize the challenges of a policy framework which supports this agenda. Immediately after that discourse or the accent of the National Infrastructure Fund, we had a forum with the industry, the Fund Managers Association, Aptak, ARBS, all the ecosystem on fund management. We are reviewing the investment guidelines, this table, as is. I think by Friday this week, we will have a draft amendment to support pension funds to invest in debt and equity instruments that support infrastructure. But decisions to be made by fund managers in consultation with trustees. It's not a compulsion. It is not biased. It is giving value proposition by the industry to have an asset class that speaks to the need of development of infrastructure in this republic. So that is a part of the growth and the journey that we have walked and the limitations we have in this space. And this then takes me to the second subject matter of my presentation, which was to ask, with all these numbers and the growth, how does it speak to the transformation of the life of a retiree or a member who is saving for retirement? And I have no doubt in my view that adequacy and sustainability are achieved through dedicated funding that pension funds assets must be protected, and we must ensure that we have prudent regulation and growth on a case-by-case basis. If I speak to this question of pension adequacy in the public sector, you know that we only have one scheme in Kenya which operates on a pay-as-you-go basis. That is a civil service pension scheme. If you look at the financial estimates of the government in the last financial year, the government currently, and I think it's even in today's newspaper, for those who have looked at today's newspaper, I think the Auditor General is contesting whether we are paying the correct amount of pensions. But the budget that the government has allocated to pay pensions this financial year is more than 230 billion Kenya shillings. And therefore, when Aptak asks me to speak to the question of adequacy, it just says, I think from the day one, I wish we did not have Section 32 of the Retirement Benefits Act, because all the schemes that you are superintending as trustees or administrators are funded schemes. Contributions are made on a monthly basis, but we exempted the civil service pension scheme from that provision. I don't know why, but I'm very sure IIB should be given an opportunity to speak to the subject matter, because he has come to fill in a gap, and for avoidance of doubt, the Public Service Superannuation Fund in the last 4 years of its existence, 4 years only, has been able to accumulate pension fund assets grossing closer to 300 billion, IIB, if I could use that figure. Yeah? 320 billion Kenya shillings in 4 years. And while on the other side, we are paying 230 billion every month because we never financed pensions for retirees. And this is the annual budget every year. So it's not sustainable, Mwana Mwangangi, when we speak about sustainability. But the beauty part of it is, in 15 years' time, this problem will be behind us. We will not have that challenge because pension funds will be all be funded, and PSSF will have filled that gap. And for the existing retirees, the natural attrition will also come in, because life is, you know, as you get closer to 100, the exits are also there. Yeah. I know Mwangagi wants me to go further than that, but I will not go beyond here. But let's also agree that we have challenges of pension funds, particularly in the quasi-government organizations, where remittance of contributions is a problem. I speak from this point of a regulator, and I will say the following: I have no doubt that if you do not limit contributions on time, you are impacting on the adequacy of the benefits payable to the retirees. This room has many trustees and administrators, so I don't see many sponsors in the room. Mwangangi, may I request that maybe in the next convention, the 6th convention, we should also invite CEOs of various organizations, so that these questions that we keep on discussing about non-remittance and other things are also discussed in these forums, even as we look at it from the point of curing the law. But I have no doubt that the county governments in Kenya can do better in terms of ensuring they enhance the plight of the retirees, all members of the pension schemes, by limiting contributions. The big universities can play a bigger role, and a couple of quasi-government organizations. And I'm saying this because 72 billion of Kenya shillings, in Kenya shillings, is the total unlimited contributions today. 72 billion Kenya shillings. If you don't limit contributions, those contributions do not earn investment income. And in as much as we will penalize you to make good for the lost investment income, sometimes it becomes a vicious cycle. I know there's a chairman of one of the board of trustees. We were having that discourse early in the morning, but these are the realities. These are the rights of the members that we are diluting by not limiting contributions on time. And I think it's time, to be honest, in the public sector to say, let pension funds be sustainable. And I think that's why the question of sustainability is also very critical for us. Why set up a pension scheme and say you limit the contributions of 20% as an employer, and you cannot even afford 1% on a monthly basis, you know? Mangangi, may I also request that next time, because you have so many members who are in the public sector. Maybe it would also be good to have SRC in the next convention so that they can also speak to some of these issues and look at it. But I'm very sure before we get there, there are solutions which have come through in terms of sustainability and in the public sector, because these problems are not in the private sector. We have a small amount in the private sector, but a lot of the unlimited contributions are largely in the public sector. So the question of sustainability and adequacy anytime is a trade-off, but I think also it's a question of discipline on the part of the employers. And for those who are aware, because we have just carried out public participation in the last 1 month towards amending the law, Section 53 of the Act is under consideration for amendment to ensure that we penalize employers who do not remit contributions on time. Section 39 of the Retirement Benefits Act is also on the table to amend to ensure that we cure this charge. But for those who are in public sector, you are aware that all payrolls of public sector are now being consolidated under the docket of the chief guest that we had yesterday. And the proposal also is on board that for those employers where contributions are not limited and they have been budgeted for, we deduct at source so that we don't then, we eliminate the charge of you making a choice when you should have limited contributions on time. So going forward, the future is brighter, and I speak to this in the context of the public sector because that's where we have those challenges. Turning to some of the challenges we have in the market, we cannot gainsay this, but it is true that we still have challenges on pension coverage, and I know there's a team to speak to this later in the afternoon. I attribute this, in my view, to the fact that with the law that we have today was earmarked and focused for the formal sector. Yet, we still keep on, I think this is my 5th convention. I've addressed this convention, I think, for the last 5 years. I think we need to eliminate the repetition of what we have said in the past by ensuring that the law speaks also to the informal sector. I was trying to convince myself, actually, that if you look at the pension coverage in terms of the formal sector, it's more than 70%. And if you down those numbers, please listen to me. The labor force in Kenya is 28 billion. I know my colleague, Dr. Uma, is here, and they will be speaking to this. But if the labor force is 28 billion, and more than 80% is in the informal sector, that means 20% is what is in the formal sector, which is like 5 billion, or I mean 5 million. So if 4 million are saving for retirement, out of 5, that number gets closer to 70%. We have done very well. But if you look at it then from the informal sector, the number, if I'm told, if I'm right, even if you just take the number of the people who are saving through the individual pension plans, and assume all of them are in the informal sector, then that number then translates to 1%. So 1% of the informal sector, 70% of the formal sector is saving for retirement. Average, whatever we have here, but we need from a policy point of view. And I have no doubt that most of you know that we have a national retirement benefits policy which speaks to this matter. I will be repeating myself if I spoke about the question of adequacy and leakage, but in one of the proposals that we have this year is to lock in or to enhance the amount that cannot be accessed during an employee's working life. And colleagues, we must agree on these things because you are trustees and administrators and you know what happens. That Mashira leaves RBA today to join PSSF, and the first thing he does is to do a letter to the trustees to pay him 50% of the accumulated contributions just by virtue of changing a job. I know there are some who do not get the opportunity of moving from one employer to the other. But let me tell you, from where I sit and from where we sit, or even from a policy point of view, retirement benefits are earmarked for those days when we are no longer economically active. But to make it better, this year we are introducing a proposal, and I believe most of you have participated in our public engagements on amending the law on this piece. The whole agenda is to say that you cannot access 70% during your working life, and we limit to 30%. What can be accessed if people leave? In fact, we are even making it better to say, if you leave, you don't have to leave to access. If you want to access when you're still in service, we leave it to you and the trustees to access, to play around with the 30%. And that's what we are calling sub-accounts, to deal with if you want to finance your housing or healthcare or education, that you can access those funds when you're still. For those, I see my brother from Moi University, Bwana Karasinga, that you allow members to borrow, or rather to withdraw when they're still in service. They don't have to move from Moi University to Egerton, so to speak. But not 70% must be ring-fenced and must move towards the date of retirement. We will get back to that space, and we are hoping that we will get, and this is not an innovation, it's happening on the world all over. It's highly borrowed from the South African model. I've spoken about the question of unlimited contributions, particularly in the DC's arrangements. I will not be proud to say that if I say 2.8 trillion Kenya shillings is the assets under management and 72 billion is unlimited contributions, it's not a nice number. From a percentage point of view, I can convince you it's a good number, but 72 billion is a lot of money for the schemes which have not remitted contributions. We've spoken about the question of investments and over concentration. And God forbid, because you know the case of Ghana, now that we don't have any participant from Ghana, 2 years ago, the government of Ghana had serious challenges, and you know what they did in regards to investments in government securities. They just said everybody takes a haircut. I believe the fund managers who are in the house and the people who are in the investment scene can speak to this better than I can do, but for sure, there is always, every investment has a risk together. It's only that we have sustainable and robust fundamentals, I think, in our economy. So looking at all these things, and the 2.8 trillion Kenya shillings and the growth and everything that speaks to this, how does this translate to success and to dignified retirement outcomes of our people? And this is the existing scenario today. And these are material facts. This is a pension survey of 2024, highlights on adequacy from the retirement benefits. I know my colleague Lazarus Keizi will be here this afternoon. He can answer these questions. But the truth of the matter is, even with 2.8 trillion Kenya shillings, 55% of the current retirees take home less than 30,000 Kenya shillings. 55% of the Kenyan retiree take home is less than 30,000. And because I know we have administrators in this house, they can contest these numbers when I'm still here. Okay? If you look at it further, the number of retirees earning an income beyond 100,000, only 2% of the current retirees. And our 57% of our pensioners feel that the retirement savings are not sufficient. Just say 60%. And the reason is because, one, the income replacement rate at the point of retirement is too low. A comparison of how much you earn on retirement and how much you earn prior to retirement, the last salary and the first pension. Because most people have been doing what I've just spoken about. When they move from one organization to the other, they access, they consume, and start afresh with the balance of the 50%. And there's no other way to say it. Many times the public sector is told that they are not doing very well, but actually the people who have higher pensions are public servants because they had removed from one organization to the other. I don't know whether it's because they cannot get jobs outside public service. I'm not very sure. But if you look at actually the people who have long periods of service, they are mainly in the people who serve in one organization until they retire. I know Mr. Nandome for many years. And when I see him, I see Kenya Power. And when he sees me in RBA. For those who are not aware, I've been in RBA for the last 27 years. And before that, I served for another 3 years in the Secretariat. So it's actually 30th year next year. So, MC, we have come from far. I hear somebody saying I'm an archive. But the converse of that, because of I have not been able to access during these 30 years, the probability of me getting a commensurate retirement income is very high, as long as my employer has been limiting contributions and my fund manager has been optimizing returns. And my trustees have been ensuring that the expenses in the scheme are suboptimal. Those are the fundamentals in this market, isn't it? Perfect. So, looking at it again, it's even worse, sorry colleagues, when you look at it from this survey, 83% of the respondents who were interviewed noted that they had one or more dependents. You know, you're at 60 years and you still have dependents. Your children have finished school and have gone away, but they have brought glad children for you to support. Some of us are not able even to allow our young ones to be independent. They want them to be in their neighborhood and support them, and you don't have enough income to support. So, yes, I agree with the challenge that Aptak has put forward. You talk about good numbers, you talk about growth, but the welfare of the retiree, is it commensurate with this growth? And I believe I have given you a conviction that we need to lock in. We know we should ensure that people do not access 70% of what they have saved, whether they move from one organization or the other. It should be retained, and it should earn investment income, should benefit from the benefits of compounding interest until people attain retirement age, more particularly that now the government of Kenya has extended serious tax advantages to the retirement benefits industry. I do not want to speak about pension coverage any further when we are talking about 1% of the informal sector is the only bit which is covered, but definitely there must be an attempt in this space. I also believe that the National Social Security Fund can play a critical role, because NSSF has the powers to compel every employer, including the individual employers who are in this room, to ensure that the people whom they employ make a contribution to NSSF. The question of adequacy, I think we have spoken about it. And the question of diversified portfolios, I think there were better speakers who spoke about the terminologies and everything about this. But there is no doubt that even as I exit on this slide, that the time for pension funds to partake and to offer more propositions on the space of infrastructure investments is with us. And as I've said, by the close of this week, in fact tomorrow, the industry is meeting with the authority to finalize on amendments of Table G. Yeah, Table G sets out the asset classes, and I believe that we will have an amendment before the month of June to provide for infrastructure investments by pension funds. Let me just underline the words: structured, bankable investments on infrastructure by pension funds before the month of June. And I have no doubt, because we have all the blessings from the highest office, from the National Treasury, from trustees and members. And it has to be structured. It must be driven by the investment policies. It must be driven by the need for pension funds to match the liabilities or the underlying liabilities. I do not want to remind trustees of what they need to do in this space to ensure that we continue on the improvement on the space of adequacy, but I just want to add that all of us, from a risk management point of view, from a transparency point of view, from financial literacy point of view, that we need to bring our members on board, give them value proposition, be agents of change. It's not about members just getting their annual membership statements at the end of the year and the AGM. We need to go a little bit more. we need to give them a proposition on the technology platform on what is available for members to make choices. I belong to a scheme where I'm a member, and I also make investment decisions. Not actively, but at least I've been given an opportunity to choose between whether I want to be in a moderate investment portfolio or an aggressive one or a conservative one. And the decision is mine, and I review it every year. But now that I have white hair, you know where I am. There's no room for error. Yes, but for those who are young, there's no way you're going to tell them about retirement at the age of 60, when they are 27 years, when they're in the gig economy, if we cannot collectively look for, as trustees, look forward to giving value proposition to the young members in the industry. As I've said, we have no, we will not relent from the question of looking at the law. Now that we have a policy that speaks about the challenges of informal sector. But I want to believe that sometimes in Kenya, sometimes compulsion is a good thing, you know? Why do I say this? If you look at a hotel like Pride Inn, and I'm not talking about this Pride Inn, but a hotel like Pride Inn, there's so many establishments at this level where you have workers and there is no pension fund. At least NSSF is filling that gap in one way or the other. But we need that bit of compulsion because it will secure our outcomes as members and as workers today. And let's embrace digitization. I know most of you are in the space of embracing digitization. I think if the impact of M-Pesa today and money transfers, you know, many years when I joined this industry, I was told the reason as to why we had provident funds is because the amount payable to employees lower in the cadre, the junior, as they were called, junior employees, was too expensive for them to go to collect a pension from my hometown. I believe you have no doubt where I come from. I come from Nyeri. That's why when I speak, you hear cha and she and that sort of stuff. But I was told and convinced that the reason that we needed people in Provident Funds is because it was too expensive for them to go to town. Today, you don't need to go anywhere. You just need to get the money from on your phone. And that's why I'm saying embrace technology. Let's give members options and alternatives. And let's not rely on I think it was the Deputy President who spoke about archives. When I sit back, we'll discuss why you're saying I'm from the archive. But the point I'm trying to put across, guys, ladies and gentlemen, let's give value proposition to the people who are entering let's look at this industry in the context of those who are joining in now, not those who have narrowed in this space and they know where they are in terms of exiting. So we've spoken about the challenges of unlimited contributions, and I'm very happy because it is in the public sector. 72 billion, allowed 68 billion is purely public sector. The normalization and the linkage of and we have no doubt that we need to standardize core principles for investing, benefit, governance structures. I don't want to speak about retirement age, but the question of access and what I've spoken to in terms of sub-accounts, it's coming up. I'm looking forward that in the month of June, we should be in a position where we will be saying that nobody can access 70% of what has accumulated in their kitty. Number two, that we can allow people to have sub-accounts in their own schemes. There is one push to say that 70%, even as you bring these changes, allow us to access 10% of what has accumulated to meet our immediate needs. It's part of that proposal, but it is not very hygienic from where I sit, but it's a proposal worth thinking about for those who are there. But it's a one-off as we kickstart this process so that we can allow you to set aside part of your savings in those three sub-accounts. Talking about service providers, colleagues, now this industry has 90 service providers that we oversight 40 managers. I think there are 33 administrators, I think 17 or 18 custodians, and a couple of corporate trustees. But we are now seeing also temptation of people who see the 2.8 trillion and say there's money somewhere. The invitation of the people who walk in darkness is also coming into this space, and therefore we need to fine-tune the fit and proper persons that who should be in this space. Boniface, I see, I see this one makes you happy. And finally, as I've said, the need to amend Table G. Table G is the one which defines all the investment classes that pension funds should invest in to allow for debt and equity instruments for financing infrastructure. And this is in sync also with the government agenda of the National Infrastructure Fund to ensure that pension funds can benefit from the opportunities that are coming through. So, and I look forward that in the month of June or any time next financial year, in July going forward, that amendment in Table G will be in place. I should not shy away from saying this, that I think when we spoke about governance yesterday, I think there was a question which was asked, it was by Simba, whether governance and compliance are the same thing. Is it maybe time to say that we should allow pension funds to take calls and to take determination as to how they want to invest, as long as they are driven by governance principles? Maybe it's time to retire Table G, by the way. Maybe the reason as to why everybody is in government papers is because Table G says you can invest up to 100%. I think that discourse will come in. And because we are an open society in this industry, I think it's an engagement that we need to have. We should not fear with allowing pension funds to optimize returns for their members, and saying that you can only invest in 15 asset classes or 16 asset classes that may happen very soon. Maybe that is not the desired outcome. But also let's move in a phased environment. Ladies and gentlemen, I think those are the views that I would like to share with you today. As usual, I'd also want to respond to any queries or any questions that may come through. But I'm also very happy that the team that I see here today has made a contribution, at least from the assets under management point of view, to see growth, to have accountability. I see service providers and potential service providers in this room. May I welcome you all to ensure that we all have one common agenda, to ensure that the right of the members of retirement benefit schemes, call them beneficial owners, that we make a contribution for their retirement life. And we can only do it if we optimize the savings that they have for retirement. We safeguard them and ensure that everybody can look at this industry and say, we as a regulator, we as the trustees, and the service providers have made a contribution to see this happen. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to bring my presentation to a close. Thank you very much, and may God bless you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's appreciate the gentleman from Nyeri. By his own admission, he speaks Shisha. All right, let's give him a better round of applause. We will just take one or two questions before we go for our tea break. We have one over there, then you can have the lady over here, and then we shall break for our tea break. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, CEO of RBA. Maybe I'll just wish to state that from my point, you are very progressive. I think the step that you're taking, any other person could expect maybe a millennial or the Gen Z to take, but I think you have forward seeing. Now, I have just one concern, that we are, maybe most of the trustees are being blamed for not taking that bold step of going into alternatives. But I think we have one catch, the aspect of cost. I think we have tried, like for our scheme, to engage the specialized fund managers, and their fee structure is different. Maybe whereas the conventional fund managers will charge us 0.2% as the management fees, but the fee structure of these specialized fund managers, maybe who will go not only, let's say not only for the, even under the fixed income, they'll actually do the active, the trading. And their fees will be, let's say, 2% in terms of management and also an incentive fees. But at the same time, as trustees, we're trying to be prudent in that to minimize the expense ratio. So we are in that catch. Okay, what do we do? In one end, we want actually to go the alternative way. But in the other end, we are actually capped at how much we should actually expense.
Thank you for your presentation. Mine is a comment on accessing pension benefits before retirement. I'm a pensioner, and in my working life, I never accessed my benefits. And I can assure you that even now, it would have been nice to have a higher pension than I receive now. And for me, the justification really is that for majority of people who work, first you have access to a SACCO, and that's where most of us do a lot of the things that we do to prepare for retirement. And then most times, should a redundancy happen, you will have a lump sum to go away with. If I were to be asked, I would say that people should not access pension benefits at all before retirement. But even then, just in case the 70% cap you're asking for now gets reduced, I think it's better to ask for a higher cap, like even 80 or 90. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mashira. A fantastic presentation. I am a reader of the Bible, and in Ecclesiastes it says, chapter 1, there is nothing new under the sun. I've been in this space for quite some time also, maybe following you by some few years, and listened to hundreds and hundreds of presentation in terms of coverage, in terms of what needs to be done. But I'm glad today that there is a slide on the way forward, which to me is transformative. I think the judgment or the legacy that RBA and those stakeholders will be judged on in the changes that we bring forth, more than the knowledge that we know what is missing. And I'm glad that you're actually attacking it as it is, in terms of new, innovative, transformative ways of looking at the pension scheme. I know my trustee, Joyce, did mention that accessing pension while in service may not be the most optimal part of it. But these are delicate balance. When we are teaching members, when I was in administration, you tell them for you to access benefits, you have to retire, you have to, I think, exit employment, or you die so that we pay your people. So that element of dying, if somebody is looking for medical cover, I think, and the only fallback is this pension, I think that pot of 30% should come in handy. And if there is a proper structure of how you use the 30% of access, I think it's a welcome thing. The other thing is, for many discussions I've attended, there's been a lot of blame game, lamentation about Triple G, some rightfully so, some, of course, excuses, because sometimes maybe not even Triple G has limited anybody, but I'm glad that you're addressing it so that now nobody can still be saying it could be the Triple G that is limiting and doing all that. But beyond this, I started by saying there is nothing new under the sun. What are the other jurisdictions beyond Kenya, the most innovative pension or social security providers in the club, which I believe with your 30 years experience, my brother, you must have seen what is happening in Toronto, Teachers Pension Fund, what's happening in Canada in terms of the administration and governance, the biggest pension scheme in Japan, because, and we do a comparison so that in the small knowledge of research, you just talk about the global perspective, what happens in the whole globe before we talk about home. So I'm glad that even as we do this transformation, we also need not necessarily to copy what they are doing, but to just appreciate and come up with a model fit for us. So mine is not a question, but just to salute you for daring to bring this transformation and challenging all of us that there's an opportunity to move forward in actually bringing forth the visualization of the outlook of how you want the retirement benefits is. Thank you.
I think I can take those three first. And thank you very much. The first question was on the question of infrastructure and alternatives and the cost to that effect. And my take is, I think you are to the point. I agree fully that even for the fund managers, and I don't see many today in the house, but I know there are few, that the proposition based on alternatives against where we have come from has been crowded out because we are very, should I say we've been on a comfort zone, so to speak. And that comfort zone then creates this distortion that as long as your fund manager is charging 2 basis points or whatever they call it, then you're doing well, but you're losing an opportunity on the other side because you'd have gotten an optimal return. May I say maybe, and I know I see Ezekiel Macharia. By the way, the program says that the session I'm anchoring should be anchored by Ezekiel Macharia. This is not Ezekiel Macharia. This is Machira. But I think you are inviting the question of what is a net return, you know, because cost and optimal return, I think that is where we should be heading to. So I hear you. I'm not very sure I have a direct answer to this, but given the presentation that I listened to Lindsay Finko yesterday, amongst others, and the propositions that were coming through, the position is, I think I listened very well. They said alternatives or investments in infrastructure or structured products can outperform the current propositions that we have. And for that matter, they hedge against inflation, amongst other things. So my take is, I think you're asking a question of the net return, but the fund managers who are here, I keep on condemning them because we have 33 fund managers with a portfolio of 2.8 trillion. How come all of them invest 1.6 trillion of that money in the same way in government? They tell us it's because trustees compel them where to invest or rather have an influence. And because trustees' term used to be 3 years, they would even make it even much, whatever. We enhance the tenure of the trustees to 10 years. Because I believe when you have been given a term to serve as a trustee, you should aim for 2 terms. Who would complain to serve 2 terms as a trustee? I know people talk about 1 term and 2 term. Do you have any trustees in this room who would want 1 term? Because that is, you don't derive. Every trustee should aim to work and serve for 2 terms. Forget about that story of the 2 term and 1 term. But the point is, I hear you, my brother, and I think I think with some slight amendment of the table G, among other things, we will see sparring in that space. And I should not be shy to speak here because I'm open. I mean, I believe in an open society. The proposition that NSSF has with on the Mau Summit Riloni load and the return, which is public. For those who don't know, I don't know whether there's anybody who doesn't know what NSSF is going to earn in that proposition. And I don't want to speak to me after behind the tent. If I'm not wrong, it's like 14% to the dollar, if not 14 point something to the dollar. Who would complain if you are sitting here as a trustee discussing with your fund managers? And there's opportunities that we have. So anyway, let's amend the law. Let's spur the growth. Let's ensure that pension funds can have an investment. And don't look at everything negatively as long as we have so many financial advisors in this space. Number 2, on access. I agree with you, madam, but we have been in this space. By the way, in the year 2000, before the Retirement Benefits Act, there was no limitation of access of benefits. None. You would work, you would access when you wanted. If you left, you'll even go home and come back on the date of when you attain retirement age and access at that point. Sometimes it's a question of behavior. Because when you constrain people, then they look for an avenue to draw. In fact, my submission from where I sit now, not as the CEO of RBA, but as Charles Mashira, I want to believe if I had today, as an employee of RBA, and as somebody who is a member of a pension scheme, if I knew that I can walk into my trustees and say, hii mwezi maneno yangu ni ngumu ni shotee kidogo, I will only access what I want if I know it is available even tomorrow. But if I know that you have locked in, that if I access that side of the story, then I come with a kitty and to take away 50% of my route. And that is what we need to cure. And that is what we are trying to change in this market in two ways. Instead of limiting it to 50, we enhance it to 70%. Then number two, we allow trustees and members to agree. Members can co-finance or can prepare for their housing or education of their children, or Medicare. By the way, apparently, a lot of the money that is accessed from pension funds goes to either of those three outcomes. An outcome to pay bills, an outcome to pay school fees, an outcome to impress where I come from. If you don't have a stone-walled house, you are not a man worth speaking in public. So we also want to impress. And by the way, most of us do those houses, and in a whole 1 year, 365 days, you had to spend 7 days in that big mansion, you know? But you want to impress because that is where, but the point is, please, I'm not being simplistic, but the access will spread along those lines. So, our proposition is, we allow, whether you are moving from one employer to the other, even when I'm comfortably in RBA, if I want to pay school fees, trustees, engage, get what I need to do, but replenish. How is it today that people are investing in money market funds, withdrawing and reinvesting in money market funds? So anyway, we need to change. But again, also, I also submit that it's very difficult today to get somebody entering the labor market at 25 and you're telling them you can only access at 60. So all these dynamics, if you put them together, my view is, I may not convince you, madam, but I think the proposition is we need to offer flexibility in this space, and people may not access just because the resources are there from where I sit. But I don't think I need to add any comments from what you have said, because I think what you have shared with us. And for those who don't know, he used to be in Kenya Pipeline before he went to PSSF and Kenya Pipeline Staff Retirement Benefit Scheme. So when I know, when you speak, I know where you are speaking from. But the truth of the matter is, this market has gotten to a point. I think, what do you call it? I think is it the yield point or the tilting point? I think we need to open up. The past has served us well, but the future has more opportunities, and we need to create that future today. I think that's a point. And learning from best global practices. And I think we have come a long way as a country on the governance side of issues. In fact, I won't ask you to clap yourself to acknowledge what you have done for your schemes in terms of governance, but I think many times when I look at most of the trustees in this space and the industry prayers, I think I'm happy to say there is a call to say, am I doing the right thing? When that becomes a guiding principle, am I doing the right thing for the benefit of the membership, then we're on the right track. We may not be perfect. And where we get you, of course, we'll punish you. But let me tell you, it's not because of the regulator. I think it's because even the various boards of trustees, the financial literacy, empowerment of information has enabled us to come this far. Please allow me not to, I'll start repeating myself beyond here. Colleagues, let me add my submission here. I'll still be around up to 1 o'clock. And Mr. Mwangangi has invited me for dinner in the evening. As long as there will be no porridge, I will be available for engagement.
All right, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's appreciate Bwana Mashira for that wonderful presentation. Thank you very much. And thank you very much. I think for me, the rallying call was creating administrators, delegates, fund managers in the house, I think we can really heed the call that Bwana Mashira has been able to give us at this wonderful time. In the interest of our time, we won't take much time. I'll kindly want to usher you out for our tea break, and then we shall be back. And as usual, kindly let's stand up before we leave so we can have something to discuss at the table. We will not be having our usual area of the tea. We'll be using this door. There's an exhibition tent stroke booth. You can also visit the stands, get to understand the services and the goods that they're having for us this wonderful morning, ladies and gentlemen. So kindly nitaomba tuweze kusimama tafadhali kabla hatujaondoka. Tafadhali kindly let's stand up on our feet, so that I can give you something to discuss with your colleagues as you're enjoying your cup of tea. Nice to see you, Pumla, South Africa in the house. Asante sana. Thank you very much. All right, if you can see me, just lift up your hand. Lift up your hand, lift up your hand, lift up your... Just shake it so we can get this done. You can shake your left one, you can shake your left one, you can shake your right foot so we can have good blood circulation. Shake the left. All right, we make it easy. How many understand the books of the Bible? How many people understand the books of the Bible? Oh, understand the books of the Bible. They know the books of the Bible. If I mention, you'll know that's a book of the Bible. All right? All right. Now, get a space where you can jump to the right and to the left. All right? Let's make it, and let's enjoy this, delegates. All right. So if I mention a book that is in the New Testament of the Bible, you jump to the right. If it's in the Old Testament, you jump to the left. Ngoja sasa uone makafiri sasa. All right, so if I mention a book that is in the New Testament of the Bible, you jump to there? Okay, let's try. Mark, Luke, Genesis. Wow. Watoto wa Mungu ni wengi hapa sana. All right, let's try it again, all right? Now, let's go. Matthew, Mark, Acts, Genesis, Exodus. There is someone who is not jumping. I don't understand where they are, all right? I don't understand where they are, all right? So we'll make it interesting. Now I'll say it in Swahili, all right? Let's go. Torati za kumbukumbu. Yeah, kuna watu wamegongana pale wawili. Ladies and gentlemen, give your neighbor a high five and let's go enjoy our cup of tea. Thank you very much. Sound team, just give me some music as we leave this place. Thank you very much. Asante sana. Sound team, thank you. out on our side. very much, sound, for that. I think we'll continue with doing Rumba in the evening. Just a polite reminder, ladies and gentlemen, is that today in the evening we'll have a gala, so it promises to be a very, very lovely time. We'll be having more of Rumba and every other kind of music that everyone will be interested in. For now, I'll kindly request us to please settle. Kindly, let's settle down so we can get to our next speaker. Then we can proceed, please. Kindly, ladies and gentlemen, let's settle down so we can have our next speaker. Thank you very much. I believe the tech team is ready, the presentation. We good? All right, asante sana. Thank you very much. Well, good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you very much. So we shall proceed with our program for the day. Thank you very much for the speakers who took us through the morning session. Thank you very much, Bwana Mashira, for taking us through. And also in his absentia, Bwana Osoro from Premier Bank, who took us through the global and regional perspectives. Time, without wasting much time, I will want to discuss more on a case of universal social security, the future roadmap for Kenya and Africa as a whole. And none other but a person to do that, ladies and gentlemen, kindly help me put your hands together to welcome Dr. Jose Akili, who is CEO of CPF Group. Thank you very, very, very much. Asante sana. Kindly just give me the other microphone.
Okay, let's try our Swahili again. Amjambo. Wali gani? Inaonekana mtaishia hapo Mtaishia hapo Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's a good time to, after a good break, to now go through what I had promised yesterday. How many of us understand the difference between these particular questions? Social protection and social security. Kama unaelewa vizuri, if you understand, raise your hand up. You understand the difference? I can see there are very many people who don't understand. Amani kunidanganya, you are just taking me for a ride. Social protection vis-a-vis social security. Do you understand the difference? Wow. Sawa. Sasa kuna mafundisho tutafanya hapa. Okay. So that is another lesson I must impart. Now, the fact that we as professionals in the pension industry may not understand this particular phraseologies tells me that we have a challenge, because the business we are in, we are basically in the overhatching place of social protection. That's the area we are in, all of us. But the subset where we actually practice is majorly social security. Okay? Social security has something to do so much with securing people's future through either pension arrangement, cash transfers, and so forth. It is captured not only in our Vision 2030, but also in the SDGs. If you are following international best practice and decisions of the UN and other global institutions, you will understand the SDGs. And within what those SDGs, then we have the social pillar, which requires each country to meet certain minimum standards of social security. But also, it also requires each country to meet minimum standards in social protection. So, because today was not a time for that lesson, I am challenging all of you to go and read more about it. What's happening with my presentation? Text people. Do I need to do something? The screen is gone off. Imeenda kabisa. Kuna mtu some money has been powered, How can I can see on my own screen here it is visible. But I don't want to talk to myself, so so somebody should make sure it is working. But anyway, so that you have understood that, at least you have understood that social protection is the bigger animal in our space. It covers very many things. Okay, social protection programs. If you want to understand more, you need to go possibly, I don't know whether the website of Ministry of Labor and Social Protection has provided this information, but you can go there. Maybe in their website, they could be providing this information there. But beyond that, you can also engage with other international sites like the World Bank, the UN, as well as the ILO, International Labour Organization. That you will be able to really understand social protection. Then beyond that, under ILO particularly, you will be able now to understand a lot about social security. And today, I am going to talk about social security. Now, what do we see in our country, in Africa? We are not doing very well in the coverage of social protection. As a result of that, social protection cap is not only an economic risk, but also a political risk. Okay? It's an economic risk, but also a political risk for the country. Because when people are not well gathered for, that's why you have the kind of demonstrations and revolutions which we sometimes occasionally see. So in Africa, imagine under the social protection pillar worldwide, our coverage is only 17%, very low. Our Kenyan coverage is even lower. It's 10% of our population who are covered. Informal sector, the entire informal sector, 80% is unprotected. So that is the biggest challenge of what we need to deal with. So when we talk about ourselves here, we are speaking to ourselves and a few of us, as I say, we are in the comfort zone. The rest of Kenyans would look at us and wonder, why are we annoyed when some of our money needs to be utilized to help solve the problems? Unless we are ready to deal with this problem, the 80% team, group, I can tell you we have nowhere, and I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, we have nowhere to spend even that money we have. Because if social protection is not working, the people, if you retire anywhere in the country, you will not enjoy your money because of insecurity. Okay? So we are tied by the hip to this problem. Now the other problem is fragmentation. You will see in our country, you will hear there is youth fund, women empowerment fund, this other one, you have social programs, the one called Jamii cash transfer program. They are all in different ministries and different, they are always, it's like we like starting things, but each one of them is just cracking the surface. So the problem is we are fragmented, which is a very bad thing. We are hugely donor dependent as a country. And that's unpredictable. You cannot depend on donors. Oh, sorry, maybe. Okay. In terms of Kenya, we are already aligned. We have a Vision 2030 pillar, social pillar. It actually provides what I'm just proposing here to be implemented. Consolidated Social Protection Fund. As an overarching big animal. SDG 1 3 provides that a promise of social protection for all by 2030. ILO Convention number 102 has set minimum standards for social security, our area where we practice. And this by my Deputy President, there is, although we say we are offering pension, there is a requirement for adequacy. Adequacy. When you see government proposing and limiting contributions by employers to 15% of basic salary and employees to 7.5%, we all think that they are doing a good thing. That is not sufficient. If you do an actuarial study, that is completely inadequate. We are not going to meet even anything above 40% of your last pay in the formal sector. Yet the target is normally around 60, 65% or higher. ILO Convention 202 has provided what we call national floors. In other words, basic minimum. And I can tell you, in Kenya, we have not attained that. AU Agenda 2063 is promising all African people inclusive growth and prosperity for all. We are not there. Now, what is the root cause? The root cause is in Kenya, we are not funding it. You cannot expect to have benefits which are not funded. In pensions, we are funding it, but sometimes, of course, we have challenges of non-remittance and so forth. But then, I am now saying, let us be serious about this thing. Because as I've said, tell me, ladies and gentlemen, where will you enjoy your pension after retirement if you are going to live in very dangerous neighborhoods? Because the people are so poor that you look so rich when you are in the village alone. You look so rich. I can tell you, ask some people who live nearby some suburbs of, or neighbors of Nairobi. Even here in Mombasa, there are people who live around beyond Mutwapa and others, even this area called Shanzu and other places. You have heard of people called bunker boys. They cut people. Cut away. Senor? Yeah. And why do they do this thing? Because they are so broke that if they see you walking with a handbag, a lady, they think you have some money. So this is a serious problem and it must be attended to. Now, I am going to propose something so transformative. Now, why we are unable to fund social protection programs effectively, not completely, but at least effectively, is because we are not putting our minds first to it, but also we are not looking for, we have not looked for innovative ways of getting this money. So first of all, what is one problem we have in our country when it comes to Kenya, but it's the same in all these African countries. We pretend to collect taxes, but we just simply do it the lazy one. We collect from the people in the formal sector. It is lazy. But we know people are doing business outside there, including ourselves. Many of us here in this room, if you take a sample, are having side hustles. Side hustles. Businesses kidogo kidogo kando. But that money does not appear in your filings for your tax. But you say, me, I'm paying taxes. The truth is that the real test of what a man or a woman is worth is how much he actually spends. That's the real thing. And that is why I have conceptualized and registered a formula called pay as you spend. This is a tax or an element which I want to propose for us to push to government and say, in order to fund all these things we need for ourselves, we want to, all of us to contribute inclusivity and then prosperity for all. So how do we do it? All, without fail, any income they have, both from their salaries from their businesses and any other sources, they have to spend it, either in buying goods, services, or works. Hapo tunaelewana? Are we together? So, if all of us do that, how do we know how much do we spend in a year as a country, as Kenyans, including our corporate citizens? The consumption statistics for Kenya as of 2024 showed that our consumption, we consumed goods, works, and services worth over 12 trillion. Can you register that? In a year. Goods, works, and services worth over 12 trillion. And I'm not talking from ignorant statistics. These are information even captured by World Bank, and you can check with World Bank. So, then the well-known consumption tax in Kenya, who knows which one it is? Which are the consumption taxes? VAT. Senor? So cleverly, Kenyans, we have said in Kenya, we only register as VAT agents, only businesses which are doing more than 5 million shillings per year. So as a result of that, we leave everybody else who is within the 80% workforce uncovered. So we don't collect VAT or a consumption from those people. We only collect 2.6% of this consumption economy. That's why we are not able to finance ourselves. Only 3 million formal taxpayers fund services for 55 million Kenyans. You like to continue doing this, ladies and gentlemen, that you are the only ones who are working, 3 million of you, who are funding all the services for the 55 million Kenyans. Unafurahia hiyo maneno? Is it balanced? So why are you not ready to, why are we not seeing all these working class people rioting in the streets? We see the ones who are not working rioting. 5 million registration threshold incentivizes staying informal. It says if you are doing any business, but you are not above 5 million or within 5 million, then you remain informal. That is the only differentiator. Why that figure? Obviously something is wrong. Kenya's shillings 12.67 trillion household consumption economy yields only 327 billion in VAT, 2.6% structural failure. No direct link between taxpayer contribution and personal benefit. Low compliance culture. In other words, because we are not, when we are taxed, VAT, which is a consumption tax, and other taxes, there is no direct link between why we pay tax and how we benefit. That's why low compliance culture. We look at the government as if it's another animal there. If I get a chance, I will grab something from that animal. That's government. And yet we forget that this government is us. Two, we think that government has another source of income beyond what we are giving it as taxes. So we keep on saying, serikali, fanya hii kitu. The result. Fragmented social protection coverage below 30% for most programs. Perpetual donor dependency. If you go to the ministries, they have some donors there. The only time they got hit, and now they are in a shock, is when USAID left. USAID was funding a lot of these social protection programs. Now they have left. Okay? How do I move this thing, man? No. Move it forward, yeah. Now, that is the situation for Africa. And I'm happy we have our friends from Uganda and other places. 80.9% of Africans have no effective social protection. 17% of Africans GDP by year needed to close the gap. In other words, we need just an increase, kidogo. 85% of African workers in the informal sector. That's what this is the ahibunye tuko nayo as Africa. Over 60 years after independence. But 9.6% of working age Africans contribute to a pension. Very small number. But as I said, even that pension is very inadequate. 25% lack effective access to health insurance. 80% of our mothers are giving birth and they have no maternity benefit. Yeah? Now that is our picture of shame. It's very interesting that the most prosperous countries in Africa are the ones leading in this shameful picture. Look at in coverage, the green is the best. I don't know what that one is what. It's orange. Is it orange or yellow? Morocco. That's medium. Red in Sisi. Kenyans, Nigeria, Senegal, Uganda, friends from Uganda, Yukapo, and then Zambia, Zimbabwe. And the ones who are in the one we call, give me the colors, ladies. What color is that? That one there? No, this is red. Orange, eh? So the guys who are at least in orange are doing slightly better. And you can see the number who are there. Morocco, Tunisia, Egypt, Botswana, Eswatini, Cape Verde. And I want you to mark the small economies like Eswatini, Cape Verde. Botswana benefits from mining and serious livestock farming and what we call wildlife together with and they have a small population, so that's why they are doing very well. Now, Kenya, low. Kenya is leading on the red. Ghana, Rwanda, Uganda, Nigeria, Tanzania, Senegal. If you look at the strongest economies of Africa, you will find Nigeria, Kenya, Ghana, and others are up there, but they are the ones who are doing badly here. So, in this kind of situation, messed up. Okay, take me back. Take me back. All right. So we need to change this situation. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, the world economy always changes, at least most likely in 30 years' time, it always changes. You remember when American economy collapsed, somebody came up with what we call the New Deal. And I know people like Ouma who are researchists, you know these things. And the New Deal required the government of America to think differently. People are doing so badly, they simply then decided to create a huge spending by the government to enable revive industries. And the government deliberately even pumped money into private business. We had another incident of collapse of the international economy a few years ago. And you remember, whereas we don't do it in Kenya or in Africa, but in America, to save issuing after that very serious financial fallout in 2008, the government in those Western countries, they actually put money in some of the private businesses to avoid collapse, because their collapse would kill the economy. So I think Africa has got an opportunity to now jumpstart and move on to the next level so that we can get a better map of ourselves here. Now, so we have a huge gap to deal with, very huge. But I want to tell you, a problem is very hard, looks very hard to do until you begin to just do it. The moment you agree to do it, then it becomes possible. So although you are seeing all these statistics, very bad performance, The moment we agree to go this direction, I want to assure you, we will be able to do it. So, although we are now happy that there are so many good things happening, there's so much money now being saved in our pension industry, that is only arising out of a very small population. What about if we make every Kenyan have a pension scheme so that we can proudly say we are inclusive? How much money will we actually be controlling as an industry? And we don't have to sacrifice for this to happen. All we need to do is just support an initiative where everybody contributes, and there is a direct correlation between contribution and the benefits. So this is where we need to deal with. Now, in Kenya, this is the embarrassment we have. Look at all these programs. These are all social protection programs, ladies and gentlemen. Now you can understand now by actual empirical information what I mean by social protection programs. These are all of them. Right from pension there, you come to SHA, SHIF, the element of health. You come for the children. These are interventions for young children. These are interventions for older persons. This one. This is intervention for people with disability. These are the school meals. These are interventions for education, to keep some of the children in school. And I know our chairman of RBA comes from such a difficult area in Mandera. These are the things you need to keep your children in school. Minister of Labor, they have the issues of employer liabilities. We have Haba, NSSF, and other voluntary schemes. We all run these voluntary schemes. But you can see the coverage is never higher than very rudimentary. We will never do it through these voluntary arrangements. Never. We'll never do it. Housing. Housing is promised in our constitution as one of the basic rights. We've got to make sure we do it. But now, the payroll levy is what is used to do this. Drought. And drought, and you can see how embarrassed we are as a country. The northern part of Kenya is ever suffering from drought. And every year we pretend as if we don't know that it's going to again come on. Come on, did you come by Tarudi? Sindio? The rest of us who come from different parts where we have got enough food, we yawn. Sindio? When we see the story in the news, we sympathize, and then we yawn, and then we go on with our lives. Huh? Embarrassment. Kenyans, are we really a country, or are we a patchwork of tribes? Now, this is the same kind of programs. Up there is the areas. Everybody, we always cry, government, give our children loans and scholarships. But we don't fund it. How do you expect the government to give? Senor, how? Below here is the funding cap. We have elderly people. If we don't make formal arrangement for our elderly, including our own parents, then we shall remain to fund it through our own salaries, informally. And I know many of us, we do those kind of things. I know, because most of you share this thing on our WhatsApp groups. Sema, una harambee, mzee amekuwa mgonjwa. Kuna mzee amekufa, ama mama amekufa. Changia tuchangie. And the worst thing I have always seen, the money we raise for the poorer friends we have and relatives is less than what we give to the rich in our groups. Sindio? Sio tunafanya hiyo? Shame on us. Now, what is the solution, ladies and gentlemen? Universal social protection starts here. And I'm giving you a solution. You know, that's why when you are a leader, you have to lead, show people the way to go. I'm starting this bridging, as I said yesterday, from here, and since I'm already operating in neighboring countries, kama mkataa hii message, I'll go to like what you call it, the prophet. I will go where? To the neighboring countries and tell them, and they will take it up, I can tell you. Senor. So what is our problems, ladies and gentlemen? Tuko na shida kwa hii maneno. Si ndio? We are unable to, we are ashamed. I want to show you, I had a meeting last week with the, 2 weeks ago with the CEO of SHA. All of us are castigating the poor lady. But how much money are we raising for her to provide coverage for all the Kenyans? Only $8 billion shillings per month from the payrolls of all of us. What is the amount she needs to pay every claim every month? 12 billion. So tell me, even if you're sitting in that seat, what miracle will you do? Niambie. Bwana Nadome. Najua wewe ni mtu wa, you know, you come from the unions. When things don't work, you castigate employers. Tell me, today, seme wewe uende kwa SHA, CEO SHA Nadome, you have got 8 billion, you are given 8 billion per month collections. And you have got a demand of 12 billion. Tell me, what will you do to cover the difference? Now, you see the problem? None of us here has a solution, Sindio? But we therefore need to establish this thing as proper, universal, and funded. Of course, I want to differentiate now what people think. Universal social security offered by all the world countries, which are actually compliant to UN and ILO conventions, is not synonymous with NSSF in Kenya. NSSF is an employer's umbrella organization. It is not universal. It does not cover every citizen. Right? Casey? So you know, agree with me. So there is a case for universal, not for NSSF is taken care of already because it is mandatory to pay when you are working somewhere. This is what I'm talking about. It is not there in most of our countries apart from Mauritius and other places. So this must happen. If you want inclusivity, we talk about this. Basic education. Everybody wants the children to go capitation. We don't have enough. We don't have a universal cover. When people get injured, Mungu na wewe tu, sindio? Unless you have already been, you are rich enough, your employer has paid your group life insurance cover. For us to be on the safe side, we need every Kenyan to have this universal insurance cover. If we really want housing for every Kenyan, both in the rural areas and people to kutoa hii aibu ya kuwa na manyumba yenye inaonekana aibu. No, we are in the 21st century. But if you go to our villages, where our mothers and our grandmothers live and our fathers live, they live in some of the houses which are looking terrible. Are we happy to see that situation continue? This is a solution. We have to find a solution to this. Now, we know capital is one of the, walisoma economics, that is includes Casey. In factors of, factors of what? Production. What are the factors of production? And this idea. Land and capital. Sasa, tuko na shamba. Lakini, tuko na labor, sindio? Plenty. Ile shida nye tuko atuna ni nini? So can you see how we can actually, so we need to build a serious boat. But I'm proposing it to be like a circle. I make a circle where everybody is saving by force. Kenyans don't do things without, unless you make it force. Hawatafanya. Utuambia hapa, tunaenda kufanya, only 10% will do. The rest of us will not do. So we have to create this fund to finance our circle movement. And then people can actually create capital. Then, I think I've talked about this, we have vulnerable groups. The worst thing to do, ladies and gentlemen, is what we see us doing. Islam wenzetu chairman, I know one of the aspects, one of the pillars of a good Islamic, that you give alms. Senor. But you know the problem with giving alms? It's exactly what was the problem. That when you teach somebody to receive what is done, that person is going to be at your doorstep every other day. Ukimpatia leo chakula, njaa iko kesho. Ukimpatia nguo leo, tomorrow atakuwa naye. What we are supposed to do is teach people how to fish for themselves. So these vulnerable groups is made to not to be like begging, and they live amongst us. So with those programs which I have talked about, how do we finance them? That's why, the last one. I am proposing that we deal with this animal called youth unemployment once and for all. So I have come up with a solution for what I'm calling National Internship Program, starting with 1 million jobs when we begin the program. So all we need is this mega fund called Consolidated Social Protection Fund to be the mega fund. Now, so how do we do it, ladies and gentlemen? Right now, with pressure from fuel, the government has been forced to reduce VAT from 16% for fuel to 13%, by 3%. In fact, I came up with this idea before I came here. My proposal is that we need to relieve the pressure on all of us working Kenyans, reduce it from 16% to 14% across the board for everything. But we need to remove this threshold of 5 million so that everybody can pay VAT. Of course, we have to tighten the structures of how this money should be collected. We need to make sure we fully adopt technology. So we need to use KRA-linked point of sale equipment and create an ecosystem whereby anywhere you go, you can easily pay taxes when you buy anything without failure. Hii maneno ya kusema wewe unataka receipt ama utaki receipt itaisha. Si ndio? Hii maneno itaisha. When we do that, we can now bring the 12 trillion consumption economy into the picture. Okay? After reducing 16% VAT down to 14, you create a relief, then more compliance. You open up, everybody pays. You make sure the system of collection is perfect. Then, out of this remaining 14%, you remove 4% initially, because government still needs most of the money for other things. So you take only 4% of that VAT, which is now being collected globally, and ring-fence it to this fund called Consolidated Social Protection Fund. Now, so you lower rate removes incentive to stay informal, combined with base expansion, net revenue multiplies pro-consumer and pro-compliance. Universal participation, every business, every transaction, roadside kiosk to listed corporations in the same system at the same rate. All businesses use e-teams, integrated POS, etc. So nobody is exempted. 4%, as I said, is ring-fenced, and now it can be put in this fund. Move it for me, sorry. Next one, move it, yeah. Now, this is what we are doing currently. As I said, that's the consumption by Kenyans in 2024. I believe by 2026 now we are doing even bigger. Actual VAT collected using this particular consumption behavior and these particular thresholds, 2.6% of that base. Very badly. This 27 billion, very small amount. We have 15 million informal workers outside the tax net. 80% of the economy is not captured. And that's why we call Kenya and most of the countries in Africa basically informal countries. We are literally banana republics because we are refusing to do the right thing. Now, so this is something which our elites, we are the ones running our economy, we are the ones running our country. We punish ourselves and then we complain. Because if we don't allow the compliance by everybody, only 3 million people or 5 million maximum are raising money for the rest of the Kenyans. How unfair can it be? Huh? This is wrong. But we are the ones doing it because we are sitting in very big offices and we don't make the right decisions. So, if we do the right thing, we will raise the social protection levels higher than this. And it is doable. Now, our consolidated social protection architecture, how much do we raise when we do this? I have calculated, based on the 12 trillion consumption, also the consumption economy, if you raise the same amount of VAT at the rate of 14%, and then you separate 4% and ring-fence it for the social protection, and you split among all these areas I've just talked about, that is how it will look like. Okay? So let's look at it. We can be able to fund universal basic education up to over 260 billion. Does anybody here come from education? Does it, you know how much we are spending on basic education annually? Hello, for education. That's the idea. If we ring fence for share from that tax and give them 20%, how much? They will also get 260 billion. If you work out my statistics of what they need annually is monthly is 12 billion. They need 12 billion times 12. My deputy president multiply Maramoy. How much? So will we have solved this problem of share? More than senior. And now we can increase the benefits, senior. Why are you people silent? Am I talking to myself? Is it very difficult to, to appreciate? Social security, the pension, the real pension for everybody now. And you know, in all these countries where this thing has been done, many of us, we like migrating to Europe. If you come go and work in Europe, even as a casual worker, the government, after you work there and become permanent residents, they will give you universal social security. Well, am I wrong? So we can do the same here. Senor, we don't have to have our people going to be embarrassed in other countries. They can get it here. Look at the money we shall have annually for, if we do this, 260 billion also. Sako, capital. When do you say case in capital? Pesa, sindio? Sasa hii maneno tunapatia wa vijana wetu through share Nguku is here. Nguku is she was there. She was in Asla Fund. She's yeah, but she has. I think she could not manage to hustle there. That's why she has come out. But now, this is the solution, ladies and gentlemen. If we provide our Kenyans what we are pumping now. So you see why we are having a problem. Habitation is not enough. So look at what. Huh? Yes, up to university. But you can see, if we were to do that, we can almost see when we start getting everybody compliant, we shall hit. We can even do more, senor. And then SACCO can go to 130 billion annually. And you know this is going to be invested. Just like investment. And will we motivate our Kenyans to pay tax if they are getting these things? Vulnerable groups, the people who always complain that they are not included. Yesterday, Chairman, when you are addressing us, you say something about these vulnerable groups. I think you forgot me. I'm here. I'm the chairman of the Kenya Society for the Blind. Thank you very much. Now, so the people we normally, we don't think about them in our plans, even employment, we can just give them money to take care of themselves. Now, insurance, group life insurance. Imagine if we have 130 billion for every Kenyan not to be left out in case of accidents, in case of death, the kind of things we normally have a benefit in our offices. Every Kenyan gets it. Sindio? Na hiyo ni sio shida. Aya. Now tell us, these vijanas, the Gen Z, you don't deal with Gen Zs by throwing tear gas at them. You give them employment hope. So I'm proposing a 3-year internship program, and some of the internships will actually be in your own farms, nyinyi. Si nyinyi wana shamba huko nyumbani? Hivi vijana wataweka kwa shamba yetu. We shall pay them the minimum wage that they would be paid on entry to employment. They have 3 years to learn the tricks, and then from there they can now fend for themselves. That is a solution. So ladies and gentlemen, you know the amount we are sharing amongst this, 1.3 trillion or thereabout, coming only out of 4% of a VAT which is expanded as a consumption tax to everybody. Tuko pamoja? Are we going to support this kind of thinking ama namna gani? Ama ni wale tutawakopa tunasema nani amefanya? Who else has done it? Now, those are real figures. Again, for you to see. Now, if we create additional compliance, like in the first year, base level, we are here. If we implement 4%, we'll go to 94 billion on the same level, without doing anything. But, and we can put in 10% in the consolidated fund. But if we start with getting 25% compliance, 25% only, this is the amount we start getting, 1.3 trillion. If we use the real economy and everybody is paying VAT. And it's very easy to pay, by the way. Are you aware that, I know most of us, we are buying things in the hotel, you're already paying some tax. Yeah. There's VAT inside there. Do you even look at it? You look at the bill. That's how we want to make Kenyans pay for these things without realizing that they are paying. Senior, so what is the cost of collection? Collection costs almost zero. Senior, we implement this Nadome. Because I'm starting this conversation with here. We will appointment na kotu ili tuongee na wafanyakazi so that they can support this idea. Sindio? Zero, almost zero cost. But it's not going to be zero cost. What we are going to do, for the first time, how many of you are aware that KRA Act incentivizes KRA employees and the institution by giving them 2% of whatever tax they collect? That's what is in the KRA Act. I'm sure we didn't know. No, they are denied the money. No, I've engaged them. Because what happens, the National Treasury, you may say, sweep all the money in the consolidated fund, and then wanaenda kuomba ile watalipa mshahara na nini. That's the wrong way. Yet the law says 2%. So let us give them 2%, but we tell them share the percentage, give 0.5% to all the agents who are the merchants who are selling things in the country, to incentivize them to make sure people pay this VAT. When we make them compliant, kama mimi ni tax collect, if I am a merchant selling things and services and goods and works, and you come to me and you tell me, no, sitaki kulipa tax, kwa hivyo nilipa kando kando, and you know you are going to lose revenue, and two, you may be punished for it, for not doing the right thing. Obviously, people will pay tax, and the ones who are in charge of collection will collect. At the moment, nobody is being paid for collecting taxes on behalf of the government. Zero. Two, Eh? That's what I'm saying. We should pay the agent. Sindio? Eh. You are the one who decides whether ukienda isli pale unaambiwa ama River Road unaambiwa, do you want receipt ama utaki receipt? Nataka receipt ya VAT ama utaki receipt? Sasa we want to make this guy who asked that question not to ask the question. Sindio? Not to ask the question. Just have the receipt. Issue the receipt. Sindio? The other problem in the structure, systemic structure, care collection, VAT is collected through filing returns. In other words, you collect, you only do a withholding of a certain percentage, the rest of the money is remitted afterwards. That's why government is not getting the money. But the system I'm proposing here is instantaneous, a split. Where ukilipa immediately, hata message inakuja kwa simu yako kwamba umeshalipa VAT. Tuko pamoja? Na hiyo pesa imeenda immediately to the fund. That's how we solve this problem. If we raise the compliance level to 50%, immediately we will collect globally 1.4 trillion, and we have an additional amount collected. If we go all the way to 75% compliance, we are looking at 1.14 billion coming to the Consolidated Social Protection Fund. And I believe you are supporting me that the problems we face as a country are encompassed in those subsectors I've mentioned. Okay? That's how the solution works. It's a care-linked ecosystem. I don't want to bore you. There are people who deal with these kind of things. And you know, Kenya is known for M-Pesa. We've done something so miraculous that we have any transaction online, maramoja. So we can do these things. We can do it. So those are the structures which I'm proposing. There's also, yes. Now, you see, when you do transformation, disruption, you will impact on fiscal situation of the country, but also you will impact on the social. Because with enough money, we can demand of our government to give us anything we want. And we have an economy we can now move to the Singapore or whatever Ghana we want for ourselves. And then, if everybody is paying their fair share of tax as a percentage of their spending, not a percentage of their income, as a percentage of their spending, then we have equity. And then, the political question is solved. When everybody feels that the government is treating everybody fairly, stability in our politics can come in. Now, I know we like case studies now. Ayabei to say case studies now. Mauritius, as the gold standard in Africa. 4.5% of GDP, they put it for older persons. Kwenda Mauritius, traveling by bus, public transport is free for older persons who get retired. And they are given a priority sitting, priority arrangement at the hospital. I cannot read it very clearly. Somebody can read for me some other benefits there. Sindio? So Mauritius leads us in Africa. South Africa, where my sister comes from. Look at it. 11% of GDP on social protection. That is trying. 35% of population covered. 19 million plus. Of course, they have a few grants there. 217 billion rands in social grants. I know because I work with all these people in our Africa engagements, and even during COVID, they had so much money to spend to support their people. What has worked? 3-pillar system, non-contributory grants, mandatory social insurance, mandatory, mark these words, voluntary insurance. But this one is the key. child support, all the persons, grant, disability grant, all these social assistance, highest in upper middle income Africa. So in South Africa, huge leaps. Okay, they have got a strong economy. There's no correlation. It is the mindset of the leaders. So yeah, leadership, support leadership. Kenya can replicate tax-funded grant model plus contributory. Okay, I know NSF has done some reforms, but we need more. Okay. Of course, there are risks. These are some of the risks we will have to deal with. Okay, but these are, I am proposing some mitigations. Senor, there will be some resistance in the formal sector. People who have not been paying tax, suddenly when they have to pay tax, but what is the mitigation? First of all, the machines, we make sure that the hardware given to the mamambogas and others is done in a very affordable way. And then the incentive of the commission. Okay? And then mobile technology will solve that problem. Revenue transition risk, threshold removal. Yes, we can do a phased arrangement if it becomes necessary to say maybe don't jump from 5 million to 0. Maybe move, you know, pole. Inflationary pressure. In other words, you can create a huge inflation because you have a lot of money. Then after that we can fully adopt the change. So what we achieve, if we are able to collect as much tax as possible, most likely we shall actually have a concomitant reduction in payroll taxes. Yes, you cannot ask for a reduction of payroll taxes when you are not allowing the rest of the community or to also pay for it, for their own share. Technology makes it possible. Every Kenyan can contribute and benefit for the first time. So nobody is left behind. Oh, technology has failed me. Click it to me and off. Okay. What is the problem? Ile sabotage tena eh? Sasa ataenda kukula. This will be the discussion over lunches. So now in conclusion, I am saying that I'm calling you leaders to action. Will you join me in the journey, which is not easy, for transformation of our social protection and social security sector in our country? Will you join the journey, the leadership? You really believe in this? No, it doesn't matter. Even Jesus was alone. Jesus was alone. Asante sana. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for listening to me.
Thank you, thank you. I think we can give you a better round of applause. That was a very engaging discussion. Daktari, kabla hujaondoka, labda umechukua maswali mawili matatu. I can see some hands already being raised. I can see back there we have Christine over there. Karibu sana Christine. So daktari will take take a few questions. We'll start from there. Then we go to Christine. And then we have any question this side? All right. Going once, going twice. This side, is there any other more questions? So we'll take two questions. Dr. will take two questions. And then we shall proceed on to the next.
Thank you. Thank you. I want to be the devil's advocate, Bwana President. Let me just throw some spanner into the works. We have proposed a universal point of sales adoption to capture this VAT and across all sectors. I come from a community where we eat a lot of meat, and it's a vibrant sector, livestock. I'm just giving one sector, livestock. This livestock that we feed on here in Mombasa, Nairobi, and we actually export it. And lack reliable internet and power. Are we designing it for the reality on the ground or assuming conditions that don't exist? And that's the reality. It's a multi-billion sector. On a daily basis, from where I do come from, assume I'm from Northeastern, that livestock we feed on, will we have a point of sales gadgets in that sector? Why this question, Mr. President? We acknowledge reality on the ground in terms of mobility, informality, and infrastructure gaps from that region. We are not rejecting the proposal, but maybe to stress test it. And then it clearly highlights, as you rightfully put it, that the point of sales will definitely require the hardware. Now, I was throwing this question that by the time that cow arrives in Nairobi, in Mombasa, and my friends who feed on a lot of meat, remember that livestock has come from that region where maybe we don't have this connectivity. And how will we solve that problem, Mr. President? Thank you.
Is the easiest question in the House. Maybe two others, and then I can answer those ones.
Thank you.
Introduce yourself.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also want to just stress test a couple of things. I'm looking at this structure, and while we know from a social perspective, as a community, we really need to be doing a lot more. But can we take on all this at once? One, the countries that we're comparing with, disposable income is significantly higher than ours. You know, per capita income is significantly higher than ours. So there's a point where we also have to look at what is the elasticity, right, of consumption. We might actually reduce what people are consuming. I think the public, it's very clear, there's a lot of stress around government obligations. At the same time, are we looking to then just grow government and become a social welfare state? Is that the direction that we're looking at? So I'm just asking a few questions. Because if we look at consumption is impacted by disposable income. Disposable income is affected by the economy. So even if we were to start somewhere, have we thought of looking at some of these as maybe there's a phase one, but amongst these are also things that actually grow productivity. So that you have a bigger pot rather than us dipping into the same size pot and increasing certain challenges that we have. Thank you.
to comment very politely and in good faith. I think I first heard this proposal from you about 2.5 years ago, and I've seen you put it out in the media in several places. What has been the challenge with its adoption?
Many of us, we are very many of us who just comfortable with the comfort zone. So a new idea which disrupts our normal life is totally unwelcome. But success is normally by people who are willing to go the extra mile to succeed. Now, in the initial proposal, which I took all the way to the National Treasury, I was proposing a totally separate new tax for this. But then, the pushback is that we can't introduce any additional tax for now, okay? So now, the solution is new because we are merely saying there are two things which the tax authorities and the Treasury wants to happen. They want the tax base to be widened. So that one we are in agreement, okay? To be widened so that everybody can pay tax and they can raise more taxes. Two, the people themselves who could be reluctant to pay tax is because they don't see the benefits. But now I think I've shown you how the benefits work for everybody directly, not through some programs which people do not know how it's selected. This is really done. Of course, the mechanics of how all these things will work will actually be put in the real details. You have to work with me and in the journey of details. The details are, we can take the whole day discussing details. That will be definitely there. The thinking is very wide. So in that case, therefore, it's the same idea, much better improved, but also not creating a new tax, but widening the existing tax, which is a consumption tax. I have shown you that it is working. It's actually, if you check in many countries, consumption tax works extremely well. And again, you can, if you're really seriously interested in it, and join my team, my task force, we will look at the studies from globally, which country are using this consumption-based tax as a very strong measure of collecting maximum amount of taxes. Now, the question by Rotich technology. Rotich, I thought, mimi na wewe ni mzee, wazee, lakini, you know something, how many Kenyans have got mobile phones? Almost everybody, isn't it? I count maybe 40 million out of 55, roughly. Do you know a technology called Starlink? Is it Starlink? Sasa wewe ndugu yangu unaniambia anywhere in Kenya cannot be reached. So just when there is money, that technology will be anywhere in Kenya. Simple solution, simple answers. Haya. Don't tell me that you have an older person and more illiterate person than my late grandmother, who at the age of 103, before she died, owned a mobile phone, and she used to I used to send her monthly cash transfer for her support, and she would know when the money is there, and she would withdraw it. So tell me, even an old lady of 100 years can use a mobile phone. Tell me whether that livestock farmer or that cannot use technology. Is anybody else who believes like my friend Rotich? I know you guys don't believe it. So satellite technology will solve this problem like no problem. When the government adopts it, my friend, when the government wants your money, they will bring technology to you. Technology will become a nomad. Sindio? Natembea na sisi. Wewe unaka kunywa ile itafika. Kuna milima za Mudhomo, sio? Lakini when people know that there is a gain, when we pay, you know what we are, I don't know whether you are getting you guys. You know, for now it takes an effort to think and pay share by the people in the village or in the small urban areas. But this one will remove that thinking. Did you see any contribution? I did not say contribution from the pocket of the people. It is catching the money when you just spend the money. Easy. Huh? Are you hearing me, my brother? Are you hearing me? Kenya, we will do this thing. And if you don't do it, I can tell you, some of the places I'm already operating in will do it. Now, the third question was for my sister there. That's Christina. Now, complexities can be reduced to very simple models. I know when you all these things, you hear all these things, it looks completely complex. But they are, you should be actually, you understand, Christine and other people. This is already happening in Kenya. Did I show you that there are programs which are all fragmented? We are already doing some of these things, but the problem is we are doing it in a fragmented manner. Now, of course, again, if you did not miss my presentation, I said, before the rollout, full rollout, we will do a piloting. We have to pilot. That is the key thing. It has to be piloted so that people can see it. And then incentives. Kenyans like incentives. Mwambia Kenyan wana hata kuna some money you will make just by reporting somebody or saying anything kidogo. Utapata. People will want to do it. So incentives. And then something else. Cash is not a problem. Cash has never been a problem for M-Pesa. Do you know that? How do we convert cash into M-Pesa money? How do we do it, Bwana Mashira? When you have cash and you want to convert it to M-Pesa money, how do you do it? So you take it to an agent. Sindio? So Mama Mboga, she was very smart. The moment she knows that she's going to make money by converting your cash into electronic money or digital money, she will willingly keep a float. Senior, M-Pesa agents have a float, daily float. They know by their pattern of expenditure that nitapata watu kama wataleta hapa 100,000 shillings today. So anaweka hiyo pesa so that she can convert it into taxes. So the tax collection can be still cash-based. Using what technology might not be even necessary, so long as there is, of course, a mobile phone. Of course, in this system, we'll make sure that even the mobile phone can act as a POS machine. Technology exists. Now, who can agree with me? Sometimes I may look a lonely guy. Yes. Can you pick the phone and say something about it? Yes, my friend. Hata nakataza wewe kuongea. Yeah.
I think for me, I want to say that if you go back to that slide, I think we should even increase. There's one item you are missing,
yes,
which is disability.
Oh yes.
I want to say this. Already, we may think we are not doing what you're suggesting.
Yeah.
But how many WhatsApp groups? I can assure you, if I take any one of our phones here, there's a WhatsApp group for somebody is in hospital, yes, or somebody has died. I know for us, we're saying, oh no, we don't want to contribute. It's there.
We are really contributing.
In our WhatsApps, we have somebody has sent us a CV for a job, and we are like, we can't help them, right? We've been sending money maybe to somebody in the village, whatever. So the challenge we have in our education system is that we were taught that such things come from outside. So for us to visualize building something like this was embedded in the brain at birth. So we were taught you cannot build this. But I think we have to re-educate the population. We cannot be pumping 2 trillion shillings in bonds. We have to start thinking, how do we build our economies? If you look at globally, right now, China has removed poverty, and it's only Africa remaining. And
China has removed poverty.
And there's somebody I told something. In Africa, Kenya, if you're to say which is the most intelligent group of black people, right? If we're to say, if all the Africans were to be put in a line, who are the most intelligent, right? Let's start. How many markets have doctors? Count them. CFAs, actuaries, just count them. Each sector, like for me in the actuarial world, Kenya has the highest number of actuaries compared to Nigeria, Zimbabwe, the rest. Even higher than the number of actuaries in the US.
Yes.
So we have to build from here. And my encouragement to you is that we need to start thinking about starting. My question is, how can pension funds actually start thinking of building some of the components here? Because you may need some startup capital to see how this will work. So I think let's just change the perception of let's wait for a report to come from another market. Let's not say Mauritius can do it because we can't. I think is, okay, how can we do it? And then we see how we can reduce the black tax. The black tax is there. As the employed people, whether we want to accept it or not, we've assumed that's the nature of life, but I think that's something we need to think about. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Masharia, for coming to my head. You know, you need, by the way, me, I actually don't really worry too much. So long as I have, the Pareto principle, where I have been involved in change and transformation, I have only worked with 10 to 20% of the population and achieved the 80% success. That is proven. I'm not talking about theory. Yeah. But let me tell you, all of us, we keep on chasing jobs for our villagers, as he says. And we can't figure, how do we solve this problem once and for all, globally? We keep on paying, like me, I spend over 200,000 every month on that black tax. Yes. Mashira, I know. Now we are actually doing social protection on behalf of the government. Why don't we hand over this burden to the government? Senor, let's do it and hand it over to the government. As I said, the repository of the intelligence and wisdom and knowledge is here. If you refuse to think, then I don't know whom I'm going to work with. Senor, now that was the third question. Is there anybody still having another burning one or a comment? Because I don't want to stop you from going out for lunch. I know, MC. Yeah, I know. Allow them. This one is a serious, this is the, what you normally call what? The hat. What do you call it, Irene? The heart of the matter. Anybody? Come hakuna pass, then I can take it easy and say, Asandeni, I know you are going to sleep over it, but please send comments. Irene, you are the agent of my, what do you call, communication. Can you provide the portal where they can send this feedback? They come and announce. You'll announce later. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bwana President. Let's appreciate you. That was quite engaging. We really, really appreciate that insightful presentation. Asante sana. I also want to appreciate everybody who puts their questions out there. And also thank you very much for your patience. I know Africans, whenever it gets around 12:30, mambo inakuwa mengine tofauti. And then one of the challenges that you usually get, especially as a programs director, is trying to balance the line between looking at the time that you are located to and also just making sure that everything important is not left behind in the program. And that's why at times you have a spillover effect. But I really, really want to appreciate you for your patience. And it is in that regard that I will also, we're doing that, Kwame? All right. All right. Kindly, Bwana President, anaambiwa kwamba kuna zawadi yako kidogo for this presentation. Yes, please. Naambiwa kwamba tafadhali uchukue. We really appreciate your time and your insights for being able to just come and... Bwana SG, nitakuomba tafadhali uweze kuja kumkabidhi ile. Tusichoke tafadhali, let's appreciate him. Let's appreciate the President for taking his time and taking us through the discussion that we've had this afternoon. Thank you very much. Asante sana. Thank you very much. All right. As the Out of the Woods team are getting us the logo, make sure that that one is seen as well. All right. Here, seeing is believing. Thank you very much, Bwana SG. Thank you very much. Let's give the SG and the President of Aptak Kenya a round of applause. And that's a very dynamic duo that I can say. Very dynamic duo. Thank you very much. Asante sana. Kindly, ladies and gentlemen, if you could allow me, please, to indulge one of the last speakers. Ameniambia kwamba he will not take much time. We'll just do a very brief change in our program. I'll kindly have us discuss from disruption to differentiation, the end of traditional fund management. And none other than Bwana Tanriv Mohin Ali, the Chief Executive on Investment Bank, to take us through that. It won't take much time by his word. But tafadhali, let's appreciate him as he comes. He'll just give it to us. Then after that, we will be heading for our lunch break. Thank you very much. Bwana Ali, the stage is yours. Asante sana. I hope the technical team is ready. Thank you very much. Asante sana.
Good afternoon, everyone. When I said it won't take much time, I was being relative. So, the world is changing. Fund management cannot live in a bubble, so I'm going to talk a bit around the changes, in many cases developments, that we are seeing. Many have been mentioned. Then I want to quickly touch on what it means for us, in terms of opportunities, perhaps. I will dive into maybe one or two. I understand time is of the essence, so I will not try to repeat what has been said. Traditional fund management. Allocate across asset classes, outperform a benchmark, and compound over time. The environment was stable, predictable, and inefficient. Now, we're seeing a lot of inflation, geopolitical tensions. It affects us how suddenly we go to the fuel pump and we have to pay, and inflation was in control just a short while ago. But guess what's going to happen? Inflation has turned. What does that mean? It can mean many things, but for us, generally not good things. So I'll talk a bit about that. Of course, we are seeing technological change and transparency of information. So even 10, 20 basis points spread at times looks like it's too much. I think pensions is one of those industries where normally if nothing happens, everyone is happy. But now I think a lot is happening. So this is what we were looking at, but there's a lot changing, and I want to jump into what is changing. It's no more about returns. We've been talking, and even as the theme of the conference, it's now more about outcomes. Yeah? So delivering, in fact, measurable retirement outcomes. Beating the benchmark is not enough. So I was thinking to myself the other day, could one of the biggest risks actually be how similar all pension portfolios look? So that if one goes down, you see everyone is going down. Yeah? And then they say, no, but we are being conservative. Maybe some guys will say being conservative is choosing to underperform slowly. So, and then the problem when most portfolios look the same, it's because you can defend yourselves when something goes wrong, or you're saying, but we're all in the same boat. So I want to introduce a bit of different thinking. Quickly touching on the changes. The speakers have been talking about them, so I'm not going to spend too much time on all of them. So we're no more talking about returns, we're talking about outcomes, right? So retirement adequacy. Of course, we've been talking a lot about bonds and how we should diversify away from bonds. What is interesting about bonds is that as much as everyone is holding the bonds, and they're saying we need to diversify from these bonds, another issuance comes in, and what happens? They get into the bond again. So it's a bit of a cycle, and I'll talk about how we can also look at that cycle and make use of it. Risk is changing. Ideally, it's not about this quarterly reporting. We anticipated fuel prices were going to change. We had a bit of a buffer. But did we just sit around? Did you do some scenario analysis? Where could interest rates move to? What does this mean for bond holdings? How bad could they get? A lot of things are happening, and we are no more in an isolated island where whatever is happening around us does not affect our portfolio. Everything is super interlinked. Of course, in terms of alpha generation, I think now the real alpha is access. Yeah? It's not about better models, but it's about better access to opportunities. We've again mentioned a lot until now around how we need to become active participants in the real economy, PPPs. There was a question earlier on that I liked. It was around fees. And I like the question because we were saying that if the traditional fees is 0.2, why should we pay 2% for alternative? I think there are two ways we can look at this. Is it better to pay less for an average or even sub-optimal performance, say 10%, or to pay more for a higher dignified outcome, say 20% net? I think what you should be looking at is your net rather than what you are paying. The conversation about fees, is an interesting one because to me, it aligns interests. And you're spending more time as a portfolio manager to try to maximize the portfolio rather than just beat a benchmark or make the benchmark and relax. So we're moving away from the buy and hold to actively trading, getting in and out, anticipation. So all that it comes at a cost. There's systems, we talked about AI, we talked about getting the best talent out there in order to maximize on essentially the customer's portfolios. If we're talking about that 0.2% on an AUM, am I even sure as a CEO that the portfolio manager is doing all he can in order to maximize the value in that portfolio? So alignment of interest. There's a governance element that many shy away from. But then how is that fund manager actually making the money? If you look at and add up all their costs, will that 0.2% actually meet their costs? I'm going to leave that question there. So the transparency element, I think, is key. And I think it's about time that we do what we are seeing around us in terms of perhaps even a hybrid measure for fees. So if we meet the benchmark, that's fine, this is how much. But if we increase, let's have a share in the amount above the benchmark. And this is what we are seeing, something to put out there. regulation. I think regulation and risk, before they used to be like the dentist. You just visit that office once or twice a year. But now, I'm sure when things have started turning, you're like, hey, let me go and speak to this guy and see how bad can it get, right? So that's the scenario analysis. On this side, the actual regulator themselves, I know yesterday we were being told about consolidation. But there's so many things happening in the space of regulation, a lot of which have been highlighted already. But in general, I would say what they are trying to do is set the base definition now of actual fund management. So we are in a good space. Okay. So we are saying that fixed income is majority of what people are holding. And in that, I'm talking about maybe Kenyan bonds. And in this space of inflation, technological change, geopolitical fragmentation, what should we move to? So one thing we looked at, actually, when we talk about the role of the regulator, they're allowing us more flexibility now in terms of the infrastructure products and also alternatives. So the alternative space. And that's a bit what I'm going to talk about. So how can fixed income trading work? But not just buy and hold. You actively manage it because it has some super positive characteristics. It has certain cash flows. It has very good credit risk. And then therefore your downside is protected if you're buying and holding. The fact that every now and then a fixed income portfolio realizes cash has traditionally been looked at something that is not a good thing. Oh, why are you holding cash? But it has a positive aspect to it. And the positive aspect is that that is real money. It's not mark to market. It's not unrealized. It's realized. So in the new world of fixed income, dipping in and out of cash is not something that should be frowned upon. I think it's good because it shows that it's real money. So I think treasury bonds actually even assist in risk management because you know that they are liquid. You're saying everyone holds them. You know their value. You can understand your duration, your credit quality, and then worst case scenario, you know your principal is protected more than 99% of the time. However, it's not everyone's cup of tea. It requires a lot of discipline, a lot of risk integration, and very good execution. So again, just bonds, everyone is holding bonds anyway. So what can we do about it? And this allocation of 52%, of course, it excludes where the underlying is also in fixed income, so the guaranteed. So then that would come up to 70 to 80%. So what I'm saying is if you're holding bonds and you're finding yourself that you're holding bonds, it's still an opportunity. Because your playbook is, as a trader, so I've been in the market 25 years, I've been in and out of trading, but as a trader, if you can work with your volatility, it's your friend. What's happening now and the trends we are seeing is lots of long-term bond openings, which actually don't look very good, even from a portfolio management perspective, because you can get stuck with a long-term paper, and then you find yourself illiquid because rates have moved against you. You find that also liquidity is not always a true reflection of how the market is moving. It could also be a reflection of the central bank and their actions. And then, of course, there's the technology aspect. Again, fairly obvious. when you're just holding bonds and buy and hold strategies, you can lose out. So for example, a couple of years back, in fact, 3 years ago, we saw rates come up to 18%. But many could not take advantage of that because they were already sitting on bonds that were super underwater, and they would have to realize losses in order to get into those rates. So anticipation is a lot of it. Over the cycle, yes, it can look like you have a good return, because if I bought and held a 30-year bond, I would get that 13% all through. And it will look okay. But there are years when things get better and you are unable to take advantage. So if you are actively trading fixed income, what are your actual sources of alpha? There's that 18% that I talk about when the actual yield curve shifts up. New issues for the primaries. So us, what we get into is we get into the primary, we hold a bit, then we sell. So again, there's a lot of churn. Bid offer spreads, given that we are in the market so often, we find that we are actually market makers. So people want to get rid of a bond, someone else is looking to buy a bond, we can easily close the trade on that side. What does this mean in actual performance? I think maybe this is more relatable. So when we're looking at fixed income, active trading, these are the kind of net returns we are talking about. And when I say net, that means inclusive of the fees. Yeah, so after fees has been paid. I'll leave it there for another 5 seconds. Dignified, measurable outcomes. Just to mention, a lot of the stuff, so this is local, but we also do, of course, Eurobond and regional. Sure. This is net. Yeah, so it's just about timing the market. Yeah. So I think it's, yeah, there's a lot of risk discipline involved, but at the end of the day, for us, what we do, our bread and butter, is timing the market and spending a lot of time on those positions. So it's not just, we're not worried about how much time we spend, because this is what we do. We are in it, we are in the market. I was promised 15 minutes. So I want to know how much time I have left. 2. In that case, I would rather open it up to the floor for questions.
Let's appreciate Wana Ali for that. That was a very good presentation. That is called what we call short and sweet. 15 minutes. Thank you very much. I can take 1 or 2 questions before we break for our lunch, please. One, thank you very much. I see Bwana President here has a question. Anybody else? All right, I think we'll have the President have his question, and then we can break for our lunch.
Only one, okay. I think, yeah, those are impressive performance. But I know there are questions from people here, because many fund managers deliver less than this. So what's that? I mean, you have mentioned dynamics, what, you know, just say it, Just say exactly what it is.
Yeah?
Because we don't want, if you don't tell us, these people will imagine that you are just doing some magic, some fluke.
The beauty about it is the underlying is still your Kenyan government bond. So your actual risk is you would have to wait until maturity, which is the risk you're having anyway with this kind of portfolio. So the underlying is the bond, but it's just the churn. It is getting in and out. So you have these real estate developers and these, for example, the underlying is the house. They are buying and selling. So even for us, it's just that we are so used to buying and selling and we see the market that it's about making use of those opportunities. For example now, but it's also, you are taking a risk in a different way, like an opportunity cost. So for example, you knew the fuel prices were going to go up, you knew inflation is going to go up. So we chose not to buy the 30-year bond. We'll stick out of it because we feel that, so we are taking a risk, put our money on call. So what, of course, many people don't like when it comes to the IPS is, oh, why is your money on cash? Actually, yes, it's on cash, and it's on cash because we are waiting for the right opportunity. So we will at times even try to see how the auction is going to go, or we wait for someone who's now gets super nervous and wants to sell, and that's when we sell and we fill in other demand, because we can see the demand. Because if you're in it every day, like a real estate agent who is dealing with houses, he has his understanding of his market. So the good thing is we're not getting into something too fancy. The only fancy thing we would get into, if you said you're offshore and we want to take exposure to the Kenyan Eurobonds, so we would have to get into a hedged dollar position, for example, say a swap, and then we use and do the same thing on the Eurobonds. And that's where we get maybe around 13% on the dollar. Yes?
Yeah, Tawil, I should have avoided asking this question or looking at the comment because I'm the host. I know I am about to commit sacrilege by asking the question, but I have made that choice. In what economy do you invest to get these returns that fund managers for the last 26 years we have been regulated have not disclosed to us? Instead, they give us lesser or even negative returns. May God bless you.
No, so, of course, it's not that we don't take chances, but we don't want to do what everyone else is doing. Yeah, we don't want to just be safe or conservative. You know what they say, what I started off by saying in terms of being conservative, it means you are just underperforming slowly. There are times when, even us guys, you find that the environment is not so much in our favor, and that's when you find that, for example, the authorities, I could even say now, inflation still looks like it's very low, right? So yields still look like they are very flat. So in such kind of a situation, when you're a trader and there's not much volatility, it can look like, a similar performance. But the moment there's volatility, or the moment markets move against you, is when you realize that us guys, we are very nimble. So pushing back on even the consolidation story, it's okay to be nimble once in a while, because you're actually focused, you're specialized, this is your area. So, and that's the difference, right? A trader is different from a portfolio manager, right? And it's okay to have a bit of your funds, as much as we do the traditional portfolio management. And I'm not saying all monies, all pockets should go into this kind of an alternative, but it's good to have a certain proportion to take advantage and to hedge. That's how you are doing bonds, you're doing fixed income, but you are still hedging yourself against it, because you're getting in and out. You're taking advantage of the beautiful characteristics of fixed income, which is why we all hold fixed income. They have great characteristics, but the icing on the cake is you get in and out based on what you are anticipating. So you are taking a chance. So one of the, and at times you don't know when it's going to happen, because of course the authorities, whether it's the central bank or the treasury, their interest is keeping rates low. So they will try to do that as much as possible. But there's a time when vitu zinaweza lipuka. And then what do? So you have to have your cash ready. You can't try to go and sell your bonds to take advantage of a great opportunity if you are not near cash or close to cash. And then there are ways we do it, because also the way we manage our portfolio, it's not in so many odd lots here and there. So the actual bond traders, we have our ways of actually managing. So there's much more efficiency. The inefficiency is cut out. And of course, the risk side, we are very much on top of it. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's give you a better round of applause for that. Lunch, I'll kindly request Kwame bring the Aptak, and then nitamwomba Bwana President kindly, if I could have you come and present this. I'll also ask Bwana Mashira to come as well to get their tokens for the presentations that we've done today. Please, Kwame, just let me have that, please. I'll kindly request Bwana President, nitakuomba uweze kuja ili uweze kuwakabidhi hawa waliotupatia lovely discussions here today. Bwana Mashira, you can also come as well. Thank you very much. All right, so Bwana President, you can stand here, then you come at Abukabidhi. Yeah, so Bwana Mashira, you can come this side, please. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, then you can have. All right, thank you very much. You can have a photo there. Thank you very much, Asante Sana. Thank you, Asante Sana. Thank you, Asante Sana. Thank you. Let's appreciate Bwana Ali for that and also for his token of appreciation. We also want to appreciate Bwana Mashira for the good job that he's done here today. Let's appreciate him, ladies and gentlemen. And also for the 30 years that he's been in service. We don't take that for granted. The man from Nyeri who speaks Shisha. I can't forget that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we leave for our lunch, I would just want you to look at your neighbor. Kindly just look at your neighbor, the one you're seated next to. And this is because you're heading for lunch. If your neighbor is wearing a short sleeved, they came to this conference to eat. Just look at them. All right. If your neighbor is wearing a short sleeved, they came to this conference to eat. And if your neighbor is wearing a long sleeve, they came for the conference And if your neighbor has a sleeveless like Madam Christine Palenguma, we will not even talk about them, all right? A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the wonderful afternoon that we've had. So at this moment in time, I'd like to give you a break for our lunch. As you step out, kindly pick your meal cards. Let's make it a bit fast. Then we'll come back for the afternoon session. We'll have two speakers and then we'll have our panel discussion. Then after that, we will break and come back in the evening for the gala. Promises to be a lovely event, very lovely, very engaging. I'll give the direction on that in a few. So Mr. Soundman, just give me some music as we do some consultation with Irene. Just give me some music. So just ask your neighbor if they have already an attire for the gala. Please ask around. It was denim and white. Please. Usikuje na kitenge tafadhali. Thank you very much. All right. Thank you very much. All right, thank you very much. I've been allotted that we run for our lunch and come back by 2:15, please. Let's enjoy lunch, ladies and gentlemen. All right, we use this door to get our vouchers as we keep going. And congratulations to the people in Shosni. You have attained your goal. Asante Sana, I hope you enjoyed your lunch. Without much ado, in the interest of time, I think we will begin. The rest of us will find us as we continue because time is of essence. Considering that you have a gala later on in the evening, I'd want us to finish a bit in good time so we can be able to go and prepare for that as well. So we're going to have, we're remaining with two speakers for the day, and then I shall have Bwana Simba. Kindly nitaomba tuwe na utulivu kidogo. Nitaomba tuwe na utulivu kidogo. Asante. Nitaomba tuwe na utulivu kidogo. Asante. All right. So I was saying, in the interest of time, we're going to go straight into the program, the afternoon program that we have today. I will not take much time because we have the gala in the evening, so I'll also need to give you time to go and prepare for that. So to start us off for this afternoon session, we're going to look at a vision to successful execution and the secret to getting things done, the NSSF Uganda story. Kindly, let's give a round of applause for Uganda in the house, the Uganda story. None other than the Senior Manager, Strategy Services, National Social Security Fund Uganda, Mr. Alan Munabi. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes to take us through this session. After that, we shall have a few questions before we proceed on to the next speaker of our afternoon session. Then we shall proceed on to the panel discussion that will be led by Mr. Godwin Simba. Asante sana. Thank you very much. You can take it. Well, Mombasa, I think we can have that arranged.
I will be very grateful for kufundisha Kiswahili. Yes. Okay. All right, so good afternoon, everybody. Alan Munabi is my name, from NSSF Uganda. Our previous speakers have really talked about what we need to do as social security in the region. My mission here is to share with you what the fund has done in the past and then how it has been able to move from strategy to actually measurable outcomes. Yes. All right, so briefly, okay. How do you go back? How do you go back? Okay, I've got it. Okay, so briefly I'm going to talk about 4 things. Number 1, I'm going to talk about the fund and our journey over the past 20 years. Then I'll talk briefly about the tools we have used to achieve that. And then lastly, I'll give just general guidance on what you can do in your institutions to make sure you're effective at execution. So the fund has gone through 20 years of transformation, which I'm going to take you through. Over the years, from 2006 to 2026, the fund has moved from less than $1 trillion. This is UGX. This is not Kenya shillings, UGX. Less than $1 trillion to over 31 trillion right now. The fund has moved from annual collections of 125 billion to over 1.4 trillion in the same period of time. Most importantly, in terms of value creation for members, the fund before 2006 was paying single-digit interest, and that interest was oftentimes below inflation. So we're not making any money for our members, and even the little they had was being eroded by inflation. Right now, we're paying an average of 13.5%, and we're actually very impressed to hear that Kenya has paid 17%. We really want you to tell us how you did that so that we're able to do it also across the border. Another interesting statistic is the time to pay a benefit, which take 84 days. These are working days, so that's about 4 months. Right now, we can pay a member in 4 days, and some of the members are actually being paid in 1 day. So we have made great strides there as well. This growth is a result of deliberate choices. This wasn't luck. So 2006, what was our reality then? There was very poor service delivery. Members would come to make their claims, to check their statements, and they just couldn't do it. Claims took a long time. There was low coverage, very, very weak enforcement. So following up on things like compliance was extremely difficult at the time. Those employers who managed to pay their contributions, the process was prone to errors, and it was costly, and we used to run around looking for checks, if you remember the days of checks. So our systems were very, very inefficient. And of course, we had been paying for over a decade returns below inflation. So what did management do at the time? management at the time decided that it is time for the fund to have a total transformation. Total transformation at that time meant that, one, we're going to improve our people, we're going to improve our processes, and we're going to go for aggressive growth. Aggressive growth in terms of operations. So more registered, more collections, better compliance. But also aggressive growth in terms of investments. The first year was good. We did so many things. We even went ahead to buy Bloomberg machines, routers, and go and try to see if we could get into the blue chips outside the region. Unfortunately, that first transformation didn't succeed. We had some issues in the fund, and there was leadership instability and leadership disruption. But more importantly, there was a global crisis. If you recall, there was a global crisis in 2009, which went against our plans to go outside the region. So cutting the long story short, 1 year we paid the 14% to members, and we're very happy. And then the very next year we paid 3%. And we're very sad. Yeah. And between that, there was that global financial crisis. So at that time, our regulators became, they feared to pursue that, and they actually blocked us from going outside the region. So right now we can only invest within the East African community. All right, so phase 2 of the transformation, a new leadership team came in place, and theirs was to look at the strategy, which they largely agreed with, that the strategy was fine, the transformation was fine, but we had issues at execution. So this new leadership team came to fix execution. And they focused on doing the right things at the right time and at the right cost. So it was a very big shift from experimentation from the old leadership team to now just focusing on execution, how to get things done as fast as possible. So they did a couple of things. They introduced discipline, operational efficiency, and a strong execution culture. What this simply means is that they looked at the strategy and they broke it down into simple, small bits. And then they executed those small bits efficiently. So what this delivered for us, we got 15 years of sustained growth out of this. We were able to pay double-digit returns for that entire time. There was faster claims processing, and then we were able to restore public confidence. Because as I had mentioned previously, the challenges we had with the leadership before, the public kind of, they looked at us in a very bad way. And also seeing that we had come from 14% to 3%, the perception was very bad. This was fixed in this period of time. Also in that period, we reached a landmark interest rate of 15%, which up to now we have never been able to do a second time. We are hoping we shall be able to match it in the near future. Also in 2015, we developed a new strategy. And this new strategy was coming out of the backdrop of a debate in the country, which the debate was saying, let us break up this NSSF and we liberalize it because it's poorly managed. So we managed to convince the public that the 5 years which we have worked with you from 2010 to 2015 have showed that management has the ability to actually run this place efficiently, so give us another chance. They gave us another chance, but we had to promise them that we are going to be no different from a private sector player, which means be just as efficient, be just as effective, and create just as much value as a private sector player. I was happy when Dr. Kilio here was mentioning that he's fine with the private sector people coming in to take some of the investments, but they have to match the return which is being generated by the NSSF, which was a good thing. So we developed our vision to be a social security provider of choice. Choice here simply means that in a market where a member can choose where to put their money, they must always choose NSSF. That's what choice means here. We also developed a purpose to make lives better by making savings a way of life. And we promised 3 things. Number 1, we promised that your money will be safe, which means the money you're deploying with us at age 23, when you come at age 55, that money will be there. And on top of that, we also promised to give them a 2% real return above 10-year inflation. So it means your money will be there and it will have grown. All right? The second promise we made to them is convenience. We shall be able to serve you anywhere, anytime, in a convenient way. This area had three components. One, we make sure that our services are ubiquitous, which means you can access the fund on any device. And also, our services are straight through, which means as an employer, once you make a contribution, it goes straight into the member account. And then lastly, to make sure that our members are able to self-serve. So these are the three components of this promise, which we made under convenience. The third one, which we have struggled with a bit, is empowerment, where at the time our thinking was, and probably is still, that a member should be able to actively improve their retirement outcomes. So currently, the model which we run is that it's employer-based, so your employer deducts from you a contribution and then sends it to NSSF. So what this simply means is that you, as a member, we also want you to do something to improve your retirement outcome. And we are piloting some things right now under that area. So briefly, this is how we defined success at the time, that if we deploy that strategy, we'll be able to achieve 4 things. Number one, to have a 95% staff satisfaction, because we believe that if staff are motivated and are ready, they will be able to deliver a good service to the members. Number 2, to make sure that we're able to pay a benefit in exactly 1 day. And number 3, to make sure that the services we give to our customers are what they expect from us, and we even wow them. So we had a 95% customer satisfaction and that. And then the last one was to actually grow the fund to 20 trillion. So on these 4 goals, largely we managed to achieve. The staff satisfaction, we picked at about 94%, but over the period it averaged around 89%. On the 1-day benefits TAT, we managed to drop this to 5.6. Currently it has gone lower. It's around 4.6 days right now. But we're able to pay some benefits in 1 day. So this is average across all the benefits and across all the benefit types. This is the average. But some benefits were paid in 1 day. Customer satisfaction, again, we drove this to a high of 92%, but on average, it was about 86% in the period. And then lastly, the assets under management of 20 trillion, we were able to surpass this 2 years before the end of the period of the strategy, which was 2025. So what's our current reality? At the end of the 10-year strategy, which we developed in 2015 to 2025, we have gone back and we have sat down and we have reassessed the environment which we're in. Number one, what we're seeing is that formal jobs are slowing. This is not unique to Uganda. I'm sure it's here in Kenya as well. I'm sure it's even the developed markets. Formal jobs are slowing. Not only because governments are not creating jobs, but now there's technology, there's AI, and there are things like that, which are allowing people to have gainful employment without an employer. Yeah, you have things like platform jobs and things like that. So it's becoming common all over the world. Informality dominates livelihoods. The nature of work is changing. And then for us, in our case, the members and the government expectations are rising because we have performed so well for so long that now it's no longer enough to give a good interest. People want an interest which beats the interest of last year. And now when they see Kenya giving 17%, really we're in trouble. Yeah, from an expectation point of view, we're in trouble. Because they compare us to you, and they're going to say, why don't you do like the Kenyans? Yeah, your strategic asset allocation is the same. Why isn't your return the same? Yeah, and we also have a significant portion of our asset class which is invested in Kenya. Yeah, so it's going to be a very big question for us, why we have not performed like NSSF Kenya. So what we came up with in this, for the next 10 years, is we want to drive our coverage to 50%, which means that the fund is going to transition into a truly national scheme. Right now, we are covering about 11% of the working population, and we have been tasked to cover at least 50% by 2035. So this is really a big challenge for us. The second one is to grow the assets to 80 trillion, which we believe we can achieve. And then the third one is to make sure we develop a set of benefits which provide a dignified retirement for all Ugandans. So some of what is in dignified retirement are the things which Dr. Kelly was explaining here. Yeah, access to health, access to paternity care, the minimum guarantees of ILO. Those are things which provide a dignified retirement. And we want to be able to build a structure to provide that. So what we have seen is that we have improved our efficiency. We have really excelled at what people have been accustomed to us doing. And we have been very good at it over the years. But for us to achieve the 50% coverage, we need to do something different over the next 10 years. So we have grown vertically over the past 20 years, and we have really improved how we have grown and how we serve our members. But now we have to grow more on the horizontal side, which means bring in more members from the informal sector, pay more benefits than what we're paying to cover more risks, and also continue serving efficiently the membership we have. So the next 10 years, really, what we must change is, one, we need to expand into new segments. That means the informal sector and also the farmers. We're doing some of this already right now. If you have heard of the National Agricultural Marketing Company, it's supposed to address some of this. And we're also piloting some models with the Juakali workers in Kampala to see how we can aggregate them and bring them into the fund to serve. Secondly, we need to introduce new contribution and benefit models. How can we cover more risks which people are facing without sacrificing their end of work retirement benefit? So how can we give a benefit between as they are working without their benefit at the end of retirement? All right, just hold on. All right, the third one is leverage the balance sheet. More strategically, this simply means that how can we, through our current investments with controlled risk, how can we generate a better return for our members? That's what this means. Then diversify assets beyond government of Uganda fixed income. I don't know how it is here in Kenya, but in Uganda they are predicting that yields are going to go down. And if we are to maintain the expectation of our members, who expect us to have high yielding investments, then we need to probably contact the gentleman who was here earlier, who's getting 22% on fixed income. We would need to have a chat with him. So our ambition is to be a truly national social security scheme, which means cover all the workers, formal, informal, Kampala to Kabong to wherever they are, cover all of them under the NSSF. Pay more, recruit more members, pay more benefits, and have more impact in the country. And then ensure that we have strong growth over the next decade. All right, so our promise never changed, really. We still have to make sure that your money is safe with the fund at all times, from when you enter to when you exit, for all members. Number two, we have to make sure convenience is there at all times through all devices. And then the last part is to make sure that we enable a particular member to be able to enhance their retirement outcomes. All right, so to achieve this, we have a framework. This framework has two pillars. Number one is we are going to create a willingness to save. Creating a willingness to save in simple language simply means that that person who has no idea about saving, we want to do interventions which put the idea in the head. Yeah, so that is creating the willingness to save. Then creating the capacity to save is really for those people who want to save, who know about saving. How can we help them such that they have enough income to consume and save? All right? And we believe if we do those two things very well, we shall be able to maximize coverage and contributions, maximize earnings, and therefore return to members, and then maximize value to all our members such that they can remain in the ecosystem of the fund even post-retirement. So right now, the fund is a provident fund, so when you reach 55, you take all your money. Similar to how Kenya used to be. Yeah? You take all your money as a lump sum. So we are still there. But we are trying to develop a structure of benefits such that a member can stay. So they can have staged withdrawals as we go towards introducing a pension. So that's basically been our journey for the past 20 years. We have achieved that largely using the balance scorecard. I'm going to quickly run through these slides because I believe most people here are familiar with the balance scorecard. Why we used it, one, basically it has given us alignment. How we have deployed it in the fund is that everyone has a balance scorecard, from the MD up to the last staff in the fund. Everyone has a balance scorecard. So if you want a strategic change, you can do it and you cascade it all the way down to the last staff. Secondly, we use it for communicating. All our reports, all our communications, we do them aligned to the balance scorecard. 3, it helps with accountability. You can see who is not pulling their weight and who is not delivering. And then lastly, it keeps things professional in that the way we have used the balance scorecard is that we don't put in any personal things. So if someone comes to us when they're shabby or they're smelling or anything like that, we don't put that in the balance scorecard. We keep that out of the balance scorecard. All right, so let's talk briefly about design. And here I'm going to handpick what I feel are important things as you're using the balance scorecard. One, you need to have a strategy in place first. And this strategy should achieve 2 things. Number 1, it needs to define a transformation. Transformation simply means that we look like this now. This is what we want to look like 10 years from now. So for us as a fund, we have an ambition to become a national scheme, and we want to make sure we cover 50% of the working population, and we want to make sure that we are paying more benefits. All right? So that's really a picture of where we want to go. So once your strategy is able to define that transformation, then the next job it has is to focus all the efforts towards achieving that transformation. And to achieve this, you have to have a framework for performance management, because it's the only way you're going to track whether you're moving towards your ambition, right? However, we believe improvement doesn't happen overnight, and it takes improving on the daily things you do. You need to improve them consistently, and you need to improve them towards the transformation you want to achieve. So you need to build excellence as a habit. However, for excellence to become a habit, you have to be consistent in the things you measure. Why is this a challenge sometimes? People measure things, but they keep on changing the things they measure. If you keep on changing the things you measure, then the direction changes. Because at every single junction, you're getting a new priority, and you're moving in a new direction. So you find yourself that after years of execution, you have reached the wrong destination. You have been working hard, but you have been working hard going towards a wrong destination. So the destination has to be fixed. And that's basically what this means. Briefly, this is a structure of an objective. What's important here is the objective result. What we have seen is that why the balance scorecard fails is because you don't talk about results. And even if you talk about results, you don't measure those specific results. So what's important here is actually the result. And then the second important thing here is an objective owner. So get the result you want, structured into 4 parts. The first part is saying, what is the desired picture for the future? The second part is saying, if we do nothing, what happens? What's the consequence? The third part is saying, what's the current situation right now? And then the fourth part is saying, what is the intervention you're doing now? So all these things should be clearly defined in the result statement. The rest is normally, there are things which everyone does in all their organizations. Another important thing which we have done at the fund is we move from the strategy we come into the balance scorecard, and then we come into what we call a performance contract. So once we have agreed on the balance scorecard, we allocate each one their responsibilities, and then we lock them in as a contract, which means you sign against them, and you make sure you're going to execute them for the whole year. And you can't change, so we don't allow changing in the execution period. Okay, so the balance scorecard doesn't work in isolation. It needs a structure to support it. This structure requires you to clearly define 4 things. Number 1 is to have the results of your strategy, or what we call here goals. What do you want to achieve at the end of the 10 years? And you need to be very, very clear about this. The second one is you need to have lead measures, which you're going to act on a regular basis. The third one is to have the scorecard in place, of course, to track the performance over time. The fourth one, which I believe is the most important one, which I believe that many people don't do, and which affects execution, is to have regular accountability meetings. It looks simple, because the lower you go, the more it is done. But the higher it is done, the more impact it has. What does this mean? If you're a leader, if you're an MD, if you're a CEO, it's important for you to do this. You can't leave it to a junior officer to do it and say, if they're doing it, it's fine. But their decisions don't have impact. Their decisions cannot fix a challenge, which is in this process here. So these 4 things are important, and the number 4 is the most important. The 3, normally all of us do that. But the 4th one, that's where I've seen that is a problem. The leaders simply do not do this. And that is necessary. You have to do it to enable you to execute well. So all this must be supported by an effective leadership structure. A leadership structure must enable managers to have decision autonomy where possible. Yeah? I mean, you might want to keep some power as a leader. But where possible, try to give your managers decision autonomy. The CEO must be able to follow up on whether the cadence is maintained. You don't have to be in every meeting, but you need to check that the meeting was held. It's 10 to 15 minutes of your work day, but it's an important 10 to 15 minutes. Then, of course, the person needs to be adequately resourced, and leaders must believe in the process. You must actually accept that this can be done, and you must be willing to support the teams who are doing this. I'll give you an example of recent. We had a project which was struggling a bit. It was struggling because for a period of time, the steering committee was not meeting. And we tried to find out why the steering committee was not meeting, and we discovered that there were too many travels in between. So whenever there's a meeting, somebody has gone abroad, so they're not meeting. So we sat down and explained to them this, and right now that project has come back on track. Yeah? So it's important for leaders to be present in these meetings, which are getting the accountability for execution. All right? Okay, so that is it from me. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give him a better round of applause for that wonderful presentation. Thank you very much, Mr. Alan Munabi, who's the Senior Manager at Strategy Services National Social Security Fund in Uganda. All right, so I want to take us 1 or 2 questions just for him to be able to respond to, and then we shall proceed on to the last speaker of the day. Kwame, if you can have a microphone there, please. Let's have a microphone. We have a gentleman over here. I will take 1 more, and then we can move on to the next speaker. 1 more. The microphone, please. Okay, you can just start with Jesus there.
Good. My question to you, I've been to Uganda in your conference and I met a lot of your staff, but I didn't see the human element. I'm just seeing systems, but I didn't see that element of a human being, the role. they have played in your strategy behind and going forward. And I believe, do you have a trustee structure, and what is your strategy on the human element, apart from the systems that you have given us? Thank you.
If we do not have any other person, we can let
Karibu. Yeah, Karibu Kenya. Tell us, does that scheme have a board of trustees? If so, who is the owner of the money when it is paid to NSSF? Is it the board of trustees or is it the institution, NSSF itself? Thank you.
Wow,
Now,
that's
I'm saying owner to refer to legal ownership, not beneficial ownership.
So I can't say the members.
No, I know members are beneficial ownership.
Yes.
Who is the legal owner? Is it NSSF as the institution, or is it a board of trustees?
Well, it's really the board of trustees. If from the perspective of who can decide where the money goes and where it doesn't go, I would say the board of trustees.
No. See, if it is, that scheme is established under an act of parliament.
Yes, it is.
So ownership is defined in the act of parliament.
Okay.
For sure.
I will need to look at that.
No, it is. It is definitely defined in the act of parliament, because, you see, where the ownership is by a board of trustees,
yeah,
it means personal liability of the trustee for anything that they do. Where ownership belongs to the state entity, then the state entity is a pensions provider legally.
Yeah.
Right? So whatever they want to do with the money, like they do now, the liability goes to the state agency, not to the trustees as individuals. That's what I'm looking for. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Interesting question, that one. I need to look at the law. Okay, so do we have a strategy for people behind the systems? Yes, we do have a strategy for people behind the systems, and we believe that people, in terms of our staff, are central to delivering the strategy of the fund. We have consistently sought to recruit and retain the best we can get in the market in Uganda. And right now, as we speak, someone was saying that Kenya has very many CFAs. Uganda also equally has many CFAs, and the bulk of them are in NSSF. Yeah, so we task them to really to manage the money of the members. So really, we have done a lot of work in that area to not only to recruit them, but to also retain them, but to also equip them to be able to deliver a good service to the members. Yeah, I hope I've answered.
All right, I think this one Mr. Alan, if you can just remain, Bwana SG nitakuomba uweze kuja tuweze kumpatia zawadi yake, so that when he goes back to Uganda, he can say that Kenyans are very good people. All right, please. No, there's a way Ugandans talk like they're singing, all right? Very good tune. Much love from Kenya, don't worry. Yeah, much love from Kenyans. Just tell them that it is the Kenyans who gave you the gift. All right. All right, kindly just give me that Kwame. All right, just hold them, Bwana. All right, just give me that Kwame, asante sana. All right, let's just get that quickly. All right, thank you. Let's put it behind there, Kwame. All right, let's appreciate our brother from Uganda and Matoke land for coming to Kenya and talking to us. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. Asante sana. Pass our love and our regards to Uganda. Mama Lisa, thank you. Spoken some Swahili there. We appreciate you. Just give me some music as we do some consultations with Irene, and then we continue, please. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, just to remind you that we still have our gala later on in the evening, so be ready and be set for that. Promises to be a very, very lovely evening tonight. I will let loose a bit, forget about the hassles of the day, and then we shall all enjoy. Thank you very much. All right, thank you. As you can listen to, that is lovely music, and I believe there will be more of that. Thank you, sound guy. There will be more of that in our gala in the evening. Remember that the dress code is denim and white. Denim and white. Kitenge and above will not be allowed in. Kitenge and above will not be allowed in. At this moment in time, ladies and gentlemen, kindly allow me and help me to welcome our last speaker of the day, who is going to be talking about designing and operating effective post-retirement medical funds. All the way from the Kenbright Actual Services, he is the MD, ladies and gentlemen. Help me welcome Mr. Ezekiel Masharia. Wapi makofi ya Bwana Ezekiel Masharia, who is our last speaker of the day. Thank you very much, Ezekiel.
Thank you, everyone. I think being the last speaker of the day, it's an interesting discussion. So I want to give you some small work. The slides are ready. We've prepared when people ask about PRMF, I thought it's good we prepare a small like tool where all of you can scan and ask yourself, how much do you need to save for retirement? Is it an expensive affair? Yeah? How much do you think it will cost you to pay for your health care till you die, from 60 till death? How much do you think it will be? How much? How much? Oh, I need to go next. Yeah? How much do you think it will be? 4 million? So what I want to do, I want you to scan this and I want you to find out for yourself. Scan me. Scan me. So what you've done, a very simple tool where you just put your age, the benefits you want, and if you want to leave your wife and husband, or you want to be for yourself. Just that. It's a very simple question. Yeah? You know, we've seen retirees who only cover themselves. Alafu, when the wife is sick, and sort yourself out. Sort yourself. Sort yourself. So this tool will help you just quickly just calculate how much do you need to contribute per month. So if you're 50, how much you need to contribute per month? So I want you to first of all put the one you want, and then I want you to put if that's too expensive, put option 1 and for yourself alone. Maybe that will be affordable. Or you can put for yourself option 4 and your wife. Then you see how much money do you need in the bank every month to contribute by the time you die. Okay? So anybody who has found a number? How much? Annual? How much? 1 million, okay. And monthly? 90,000. So that's for, and that one's for which option? Member plus 1. And option which one? Option 1, 2, 3, 4? Okay, your expensive one. So, what if it was the cheapest one and you alone? So the most expensive one plus your spouse for your age, it's 90K, and for yourself? $18,000. So you can see the difference between, for her age, how much she needs to take care of her person. If she's alone, it just be 18,000 bob. And if it's you plus the best benefit plus your spouse, 90K. Okay, another person wants to share for themselves? And plus I put a graph down there so that you see how much it will be. You want to scan? Oh, you don't want to know? Who doesn't want to know? Yeah? Yeah? Yeah, sure. Yeah, how much per month? Option 1? Principal only. 8,200 shillings. Yeah. So, are you putting that aside right now? Okay. Another person wants to share? Because remember, the rule of a PRMF is you put money in a pot, and then that money, you deplete it every month until you die, right? Now, you may not know this, but the government of Kenya, which I'm seeing RB has left, is paying you, is supporting you up to 15K. So if your contribution per month is 15K and below, you can now get a rebate officially as of December last year. I don't know if you know that. Did we know that? Did you know you can get a rebate from the from KRA on PRMF if you have a registered scheme? Did you know that? Okay. How many people are using that rebate? Okay. How many people don't care? Okay, that side, anybody? I think we have from this side. Anybody from that side, how much money need to contribute? From that side? This table. I think this side we've not gotten somebody. We can get somebody from this side. Anybody wants to donate their information? Yeah, how much? Yeah. Yeah. 15,000 a month, okay? So are you hearing the differences? Yeah? Real insurance, because the simple one is how much inpatient? 1 million? Right? So for 1 million bob every year, insurance, assume you just put this money in a bank and you just go to the market and buy 1 million cover inpatient versus 5 million cover inpatient, that's a big difference between yourself and a spouse. And just for information, when you get older, do you get sicker or healthier? I think you get healthier. Okay, so that sets the scene. No? But who likes the tool? By the way, do you like the tool? Do you know with AI, I told my team before lunch to make for me that tool. Yeah, it was built by AI, by my team during lunchtime. So just know if you're in IT department where your life is going. Eh? Anyway, so we'll talk about what is PRMF, the key risks, and I do a lot of IPS for schemes. Right now I'm doing nearly 300 per cycle, and I do a lot of where you should take your money. But for PRMF, what's number 3? Where the money should not go. I think we need to talk about that. Eh? Yeah? Where do you think should not go? Crypto. Okay, apart from crypto. So this is, if I'm to summarize my slides, this is the summary. This is the summary of my slides, which is when you reach 60, the blue line is your money at 60. So whether that money is in a scheme, that money is in a bank account, whatever that money is, the blue line is that money. The red line is your cost of care. Now, are you seeing the cost of care is dropping? It's dropping because some of you will start dying at 80. So it's a probability. The cost of care is going up like this, but because of that probability of you dying, the probability, the actuarial side comes in. Eh? And what's the green line? The green line is showing what? Interest. Okay. So what are you noticing between the red line and the green line? What's happening in the early days between 60 and 75? Growing, yeah? So actually, in the early years, the investment return of your pot will be more than enough to take care of you. Now, where the rubber meets the road is when you start eating into your fund. Okay, and what does that mean? What does that mean? If Panadols go up by 2 times, what happens? Or if doctors' costs go up, what happens? There's an assumption here, okay? So key risks. So let's talk about the key risks. So this slide, I always show it because I think it's a very important slide. It's a slide showing you if you got inflation wrong over a 10-year period or inflation wrong over a 30-year period. I always show this slide in all my slides. What are you noticing? Okay, so the blue line is what you assume. The red assumes 5% inflation. The green line shows, the green is 5% inflation, the red is 10% inflation. Forget about the numbers. What are you noticing about the 2 graphs? What are you noticing about the 2 graphs? What are you noticing? This is the real risk of PRMF, of healthcare. What's the difference? So one person assumes inflation is 7%, and the inflation is 10%. Are you seeing the difference between assuming between 7% and 10%? Are you seeing the difference? Yeah? How is that different? Is it a small difference? Over 10 years, the first graph, it's okay, 10 years to Tamadana too. But are you seeing over 30 years what it's saying? Now, if you're 50 today or 60 today, how many people want to live up to 80? Okay, how many people want to live beyond 80? Okay? So if you're 50 today, that's 30 years, right? 50 to 80, no? So imagine the era, this is the magnitude of your era. Yeah? The magnitude of your? Now this is a very important point. Now, who has heard of derivatives? Derivatives is where you should own the asset if you don't own this era, right? If you want to guarantee your healthcare at 80, you need to own the health asset. You need to own the factory that makes the drug. You need to own the hospital. If you put your money in a bond and you hope that it will match, and then you invest at 7, it can maybe be at 10, but inflation is 13. You see that gap. The gap for me, I'm just trying to show you what a 5% gap looks like. So inflation is 15, and you're investing at 10, same gap. If you get 20% return and inflation is 25, same percent, right? So very critical point to note is your biggest risk is inflation, medical inflation. And medical inflation today, just to give you context, is today, last year was 11%. There's a year to 7. When you make your PRMFs, what are you assuming for inflation? Nobody cares. Where we invest higher. This is, the second exposure is living too long. Okay, it's not a bad thing. We all want to be this guy. Enjoying at, is it Maldives? How old is this guy? Yeah? How old is that guy? Yeah? I was at Karen Club. We were told these are silver foxes. Okay? So for a PRMF, living too long is also a problem, right? Right? Because this is a curve, as actuaries will assume for you, that half of you will survive to 80 and half won't. And then we assume we'll all be dead by 100. Now, what if by some magic you survive beyond that point? What does that mean? The money in the pot is also not enough. Now, so can you build a PRMF where you're doing a drawdown? Can you do a PRMF by yourself? Yeah? Can you do it by yourself? Because, in theory, we are hoping the people who die leave us with the money to continue. Right? Right? Okay? So the social aspects of healthcare where you protect each other have to come in. So a strong PRMF is where people who survive leave their money for the rest. Or you can do an insurance plan. So you can do an insurance plan or you can share with the members. Okay? This is just estimated cost of care. So this is how it looks like relative per retiree. Okay? So, where should the money not go to? So where do you think it is? Crypto? Who do you think that? What do you think the answer is? Where the money should not go? Where do you think it should not go? Where? Anybody guess what? Anybody wants to guess? Bonds. Do you know globally we have reached 100% of GDP? Do you know that? Like, it's not a Kenya issue, it's not a Uganda issue. If I could show this Tanzania-Uganda issue to show that bonds are globally above GDP. So very soon, we'll get there once we move there. But to the pension world, bonds are great, but to the public, this is what debt is. Have you seen that scenario where somebody says, we don't want more debt, but then trustees say, give us bonds? How do you reconcile those two people? Do you beat one? Trustees want bonds. Public doesn't want bonds. They're like, oh, debt, oh, it's too much. So what should we do? What should we do? Yeah, but pensioners love bonds. But the public hates debt. So the point I'm trying to bring is this. At some point, debt will not be able to be paid. And the key thing to note is we're enjoying 10% bonds, 15% bonds. What I'm trying to say is that one day bonds will go to 1% or negative because the government will not be able to pay. And so that you remember that slide about the inflation? So make sure when you put your money in that pot and you go away, you don't get caught up. What this is telling me is that maybe in the next 10, 15 years, globally, bonds will go to negative return eventually. Okay, concentration risk is there. So let's go to design. So we can look at a standalone scheme in terms of the governance structures. Members can contribute directly to the fund. Trustees should look at the cash flows. They say the tale of two retirees where one person has similar income, but one is depending on a scheme and the other one is depending on a saving structure. And I think that's a key area we need to look at, especially when we're defining how these schemes look. But let's look at the hard realities. Rhino as Kenbite, we support retirees, and one of the biggest problem we have is chronic conditions, diabetes, hypertension. These are some of the challenges that retirees are facing every day, and most of them are struggling to take care of their health costs, and most insurers don't want them. How many people are trying to get insurance for their parents and they're struggling? Okay. How many people don't care about their parents? Yeah. Don't call me. So Kenya retirement snapshot. Do you think you are driving life expectancy in Kenya? And I'm looking at like my chairman here for the big pension funds. Do you know Kenya's life expectancy has grown by 10 years over the last 2 decades? Do you know that? When you were born, all of you were born, Kenya's life expectancy was 40 to 50. Do you know that? Right? So you living longer, you people living longer here, you have made our life expectancy to be 67. And the way you continue living longer, you'll reach which year? Yeah? Okay, the highest country now, Japan, is 85. Imagine. Life expectancy at birth is 85. And I do believe because of the historical issues, we don't have a good life expectancy. But I think a lot of you will live to 90. Who wants to be that guy? Or that lady? Who wants to be that lady? Or you want a young guy? So what's the core risk? The core risk is actually major illnesses, which deplete retirement savings and force individuals for alternative life support. So there's a need for a structured health financing solution. And I think some of the trustees think they can do this by themselves. And I keep telling people, you have to come together, and maybe Aptak is the right avenue. You have to come together to come up with these structures, because just taking that money and putting it in a fixed income, it won't solve. You're just giving them a fancy wallet, but you're not solving the issue of healthcare. And so I'm calling upon the Aptak team to think of creating a combined solution where we can all put our PRMF money, and let's build a few hospitals, train a few doctors. Remember, we all remember in COVID when we all woke up as a country and said, oh no, we only have 4 ICU beds left. And then you're calling Nairobi Hospital, then you're told there's a line of 400 people. So the solution is structured arrangements for health financing expenses, where funds are built around the working life of the person and to looking at financial stability. So it's very simple how it works. You contribute, you pull investments, and health access. Now, we are making an assumption here on health access. We are assuming that money is health access. No, money is not health access. You need to build that health access. So I want to talk to the trustees today. Don't assume a PRMF is what I showed you on your phones and you said I need 18,000. No. You will reach a retirement age, and if there's only one hospital called Nairobi Hospital left, what will happen? How many people have taken Nairobi Hospital of late and you stay there till midnight? Yeah, thank you very much. Right now, when you are old and retired, you will stay, if you don't build more hospitals, you will stay there for 3 days, and the cost of care will be 1,000 times, right? So it's important we start thinking about building health access. Now, schemes by themselves, if you only have 50 million or 100 million in your scheme, you can't really go far with that. But if the schemes start getting into 100 billion, 200 billion, and then all these fund managers, all these intelligent people here, you can give them small pockets of that funds to take care of and manage. So what are the 4 pillars in terms of support? Funding, obviously, governance, benefit access, and investments. Now, remember, I gave you an example where you're looking at 1 million inpatient, but 1 million inpatient in 30 years may actually be 40 million inpatient, but gives you the equivalent in today. I always like when people send you see those screenshots of how much bread was in the 70s, and it was like 4 cents. And then now bread is 100, and then you're wondering, no, the bread has not changed. It's just the value of money that has changed, right? So you need to understand that even your benefits today have to be inflation linked to ensure that you get the same benefits in the future. So what's a funding strategy? We're looking at obviously ensuring the contribution levels are great, so what I've just showed you earlier, and ensuring responsibilities between employees and employers. Now, the government of Kenya, for the people in Kenya, has actually said they'll support you up to 15,000 shillings on PAYE relief on PRMF. So you can see when the government is trying to get involved in these discussions. I know RBA was gazetting some standalone regulations. I don't know if they're ready. Not yet. Governance excellence, obviously you have to look at ensuring that the trusts work, robust structures. I would recommend you consider either an insurance option at retirement or a pooled fund where all retirees can keep their money and go to hospitals. Smart benefit design, obviously you have to strike adequacy between affordability and adequacy. We just did all the tests for ourselves. Some of us had 8K, some had 18,000, some had 90,000. So you have to strike a balance between what is adequate and what is affordable. So on the investment strategy, obviously the issue is outpacing inflation. So it's not about our scheme earned 10%. It should be our scheme earned 4% above medical inflation. So always remember that you need to earn up X above medical inflation. Now, why not inflation? Because today inflation in Kenya is 4% and health inflation is 11. So if you just say above inflation, then they'll tell you, yes, we are above inflation. Operational excellence, obviously you have to look at the best design in terms of efficiency, how claims are paid, and how you move that money around in terms of value addition on the fund. So what are the common pitfalls? There's the issue of underfunding, unrealistic assumptions. What is unrealistic assumptions? You assume that a certain benefit is available, or you assume your support is above a certain rate. Weak governance, and the last point, failure to account for rising medical costs. That's a key area that we're seeing. And as Kenbright, we want to start creating a website where people can check medical inflation over time, both at drugs cost level and consultancy level. So that's something we'll be deploying by Q3, so you should be able to have that. Best practice, early planning, obviously, like today, this meeting. Now remember, this is more like a train the trainer. We're training you as trustees and administrators to support others. So definitely something to look into, member engagement and data-driven decision making. I think I'll skip this one. So finally, I know we all want to go ready for the gala. Key takeaways is healthcare risk is real and growing and is being underestimated. We need to design sustainable funds, obviously being careful about governance and funding. Execution is key, especially for retirees. And the biggest unmanaged risk for retirees is actually not food, it's healthcare, because food is very affordable. Healthcare is catastrophic for them. So it's something that we need to think about, and I do encourage for you to take advantage of the government's tax waiver on PRMF and set up your scheme today. With that, thank you very much. Maybe I can take one or two questions.
Thank you very much. Kindly, let's give him a better round of applause. And on his cue, if we can have 2 questions, please. Okay, we have one here. And another one person, please, this side. All right, all right.
Great. Thank you so much, Ezekiel. Medical insurance especially is one thing that we've grappled with, yeah? Different from Kenya, where there's some sort of cover. In Uganda, every person is on their own. There's nothing that is run by the government. Now, we've been having a debate for about a year to say, even when we're Provident Fund, what would be the best approach to have some sort of medical insurance, at least for the members of the scheme? Because many times you have members that do not necessarily qualify for their money under the invalidity benefit, but have an actual medical condition that they need to deal with. And if they're unable to deal with it, I mean, it may impact their ability to work. Now, there have been 2 schools of thought in terms of funding. There's a school of thought that you introduce an additional contribution. It can be a mandatory one, such that each member actively contributes towards covering themselves for that particular risk. The other alternative would be to say, from the current contribution, the 15%, could you, dedicate 1% of that towards medical insurance for the member? The final thought is on where the scheme takes it up as its cost. And say, every year when we declare the return that we've made, if we need 30 billion to cover members for the year, then it's part of the cost of the scheme. From where you stand, I mean, which could be the most, optimal approach to fund medical, insurance?
Yep. Yeah, thank you very much. So the first thing we have to think about is insurance. Healthcare is not, this one is a CEO, so the percent is higher than this person. Yeah? Healthcare, you have to calculate how much is the cost of treating, whether you're a CEO or you're the, you're the lowest cadre staff. When you go to hospital, the bill is the same, right? So you have to think of what is the lump sum I need to have for everyone, okay? And then you can structure it in two ways. You can say, for people who are below retirement, there's an ill health retirement option, and you give them a lump sum for that. And then for people who are just normal retirement, you do a lump sum for that. Now, is 1% of investment return or 1% of the 15% enough on contributions? I doubt it, because if I'm the lowest, I'm on minimum wage, you may find my contribution may actually be 30%, because it's a fixed sum. And you may find that if I'm the highest paid, my contribution is maybe 0.05%, right? So you have to essentially create that percent piece plus another number. The best thing is to do is just to say, this is your lump sum today, this is how much it can buy you. Maybe it can take you 5 years down the line or 10 years. And then maybe for some people, maybe it will take them 20 years. But it's important to educate the public on how much they need as a lump sum, right? And once they have that number, then now they're empowered to see how they can structure. Now, where can you come in? You can come in at two levels. One is, don't abandon them and say, go buy insurance. I think that's the biggest mistake you're making, because the insurer will just use their normal underwriting. You have cancer, go away, all those things. Yeah? So you have to ensure that you create the fund itself. You self-fund it. Actually, actuarially, for outpatient, if you have 1,000 people, you can self-finance. And for inpatient, if you have 10,000 people, you can also self-finance, which is a scheme like yourself, that's easy, right? So you self-finance, and then you get an insurer to do something called TPA, to do admin on it. And that's it. So they just do admin on it, and then you'll just be changing the price as you move along. It's like a DB scheme, but for healthcare. Yeah, so that's something you can think about, and it will work for you. Thanks. Any other question? Yeah, one last question, yeah.
I don't know whether you have taken a look on how the military does their post-medical fund, where active members contribute for 15 years. Then they access up to 3 million per year. So I don't know whether in your case study, whether you've taken a look on how they do so that it can be replicated maybe in other organizations.
Well, shock upon you, I'm the actuary of that scheme. So it's called DEFMIS and Defense Forces. They're in Nyayo House, 26th floor. And their scheme is 2 million. So they have a death date. A death date is they pay me for that. So I calculate the death date and get some money out of it. So that money they're contributing is actually not enough, but they know it. So what they're doing is they're saying, look, by the time these young soldiers get to retirement age, how many years can it take them? So right now the scheme has a date that the scheme knows it will die. So luckily for them, they have a fund that they can get to. So, but today they have 20 billion shillings, and they pay their own healthcare costs, etc. So yes, they do contribute for 15 years, but the role of the actuary every year is to calculate how can they extend that date. It's not fully funded, it's partially funded. It's not like, anyway, there's no RBA to tell them no. So they can wing it. So it's partially funded, but the beauty is the fund is growing every year because the users are not yet utilizing. So you look at the active versus retired ratio, the actives are so many compared to retired. So the scheme is working, and that is, for me, the key thing. And for me, the one of the recommendation was what? Build hospitals. And you saw they just adding the military hospitals. That was a recommendation that I did in 2023. So we'll start now saying they'll go outpatient also. I'm also recommend they go outpatient so that they manage that cost of care. You can't keep telling people copay. Now outpatient is copay. Some are bringing in some conditions. They want hearing aids. That cover's not there. So it's the same thing. Everything I've just highlighted here, all the issues we have just talked about are the same issues they're having. You know, inflation risk and longevity risk are the key areas. And why they've been able to reach 20 billion is because they have a big group. Now, if you have a scheme of 1,000 people and only 50 retirees in a year, it's going to be very hard for you to reach those numbers. So unless the schemes come together and you get 50 people from here, 50 from there, and you get a sizable number, then you'll be able to get either do a fund or even just bulk buy health cover for the retirees. If you go to an insurer today with 5 people, they'll either reject you or give you waiting periods. But if you go to the same insurer with 10,000 people, the insurer would rather take a loss than let you go. That's a secret, I have to tell you. So you can do the insurance route, starting off, and then you do the self-fund route when you get critical mass. Thank you very much.
All right, I think we can do a better round of applause. Bwana Mashari, kindly request you to remain. Kwame, please. Bwana SJ nitaomba uweze kuja. DJ, just give me some music as we get him some goodie bag over here. Thank you very much. My photographer, please. You can come as well, my photographer. Asante sana. Thank you very much. You can get that Kwame, the Aptak. All right, we just hold on for the photos, please. All right. Bwana Masharia seems to be taller than the banner, but we still appreciate. Asante sana. You know, some of us are tall, him is long, all right? We appreciate longer. Asante. Let's appreciate Bwana Masharia for that, ladies and gentlemen. It's only the legs. And also let's appreciate the ASG for a good job done there. Asante sana. Without much ado, in the interest of time, I will not take much time. I'll kindly request the team that is organizing the panel. I'll also request Bwana Simba to be on standby. We're going to have a panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen, where we'll be discussing the relevance, inclusion, and expanded coverage of pension systems. To lead us, we'll have the moderator, who is Bwana Simba, who is the Executive Director at Philip Trust. Our panel will have Dr. Osea Kili, a CPF Group. We'll have Dr. Shem Ouma, Head of Secretariat, African Pension Supervisors Association. We also have Lazarus Casey, the Director, Research and Strategy. We have our Retirement Benefits Authority. And we also have Mr. Jackson Muli, Principal Officer at Kenya Orient Life Assurance Limited. So it is at this moment in time, ladies and gentlemen, that I request us to put our hands together to welcome our moderator, who will take us through the panel discussion, to talk what we have just said. Bwana Simba, who will take us through that together with the panelists that we have. Thank you very much. Let's appreciate Bwana Simba, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. After Macharia scaring us a bit about post-retirement medical, perhaps all of us are now awake. He forgot to mention that, and as I engage, maybe the panel can join us so that I can introduce them fully. Dr. Shem, you can join us. Lazarus and President Dr. Kili, please join me at the floor. So as they come on the floor, I just want to note that in Singapore, they are now talking about what is called happy death. They've already crossed the mark of happy retirement, and I think that's where we are. So happy death means medical is not a concern, and also there are no challenges relating to retirement issues. Please, you can, there's no order of sitting. So yeah, So I guess the journey to Singapore is still ongoing. So thank you very much, and I want to welcome all of us to this panel discussion, and I'm privileged to have with me great industry leaders. As you can note, there are 2 doctors on the panel, as well as also industry practitioners. So today we honored to have Dr. Jose Akili from CPF, and also the president for Aptak. Dr. Shane Ouma also is the head of secretariat at Africa Pension Supervisors Association. We have Lazarus Casey, director of research and strategy at the Retirement Benefits Authority, and as well Jackson Mooney at the far end, principal officer of Kenya Orient Life Assurance. So, ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate that as well. Time may not be on our side. We'll try to make it short and brief, and just to bring out the salient issues that we think we can advance the topic for today. That means on enhancing the relevance, inclusion, and expanding coverage of the pension systems. Just to lay a foundation about this topic, because we appreciate the fact that African pension systems were largely built around formal employment workers. And that's why we struggle to reach out to the informal sector workers, because traditionally over time, pension assets have grown, but then the coverage is still within a paltry less than 20% Africa-wide. In Kenya alone, we are talking about 3 trillion Kenyan shillings in terms of assets. Within that, the formal sector coverage, the coverage is 20%. 80% of the informal sector are not covered. But if you look at the assets, which are 3 trillion currently in Kenya, less than 2%, actually, you can attribute them to the informal sector. So we have around 80 to 82% who are not covered. And again, we are faced with another challenge, which we feel that the employment structures are changing from formal to gig economy. We have people now who are not in formal employment, and therefore that is where the mass market is. So today we want to dive into that discussion and maybe have practical thoughts from these great leaders about how best can we advance that discussion. I would have started with the president, but since he just came from the floor a few minutes ago, allow me to start with Dr. Ouma, just from an experience perspective, because he is the secretariat at Africa Pension Supervisors Association, bringing together African pension supervisors together. And from his perspective, and that's to Dr. Ouma, this issue of relevance and inclusion is a discussion that is actually, I would say, a pain point to most African pension systems. In your experience and in the discourse from the African Pension Supervisors approach, what are these innovative models you've seen that have advanced this, and which jurisdictions have done well? And perhaps for those that have not done well, what are the lessons that you can pick from? Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Simba. But let me take ourselves back a little bit before I respond to that question, because this issue is really critical. And I think going forward, we need to be very strategic the way we take it forward. All of us know that Africa is the youngest continent in the globe at a median age of 19.2 years. That says that our elderly population is still relatively small, but it's growing quite fast. In 2027, sorry, let me get the figure right so that I don't put on my figures alone. Yeah, in 2017, the estimated number of elderly population in the continent 60 years and above is around 70 million. By 2050, it's going to be 230 million. It's growing quite fast. So now we are enjoying a youthful population. And those guys are going to age at the same time, which means they'll have to be dependent on retirement benefit savings. So the question we ask ourselves, are we ready? And you know, the actuary has just spoken before us and is saying life expectancy at retirement is going up. Actually, I've seen a figure of 20 years when you retire. So when you retire at 60, you expect to live another 20 years. You can imagine how your life is going to be when you are not prepared for it. It's going to be a life of old age poverty and a lot of suffering, and yet you have many years to live. So we need to be prepared for that. In the morning, and I think since the conference commenced, we've now known that most of our workers are working in the informal sector. And I think a statistic of 1% coverage is what was branded in the morning. So they are not prepared for retirement. That means if we do nothing about it, they are going to depend on you and us, the formal sector workers who are overtaxed and yet have to provide something for those who have retired and never got prepared. And the reason for this is that, and this was also mentioned, is that most of the legal and regulatory systems we are using to govern our pension sector were not designed for this category of workers, and yet these are the workers we have. And so this is something that keeps pension sector stakeholders, not only in Kenya, but across the continent, because our structures are more or less similar. And so they've been trying to do something about it. It's not for lack of trying. And we have seen these efforts across the continent. Africa Pension Supervisors Association is an association now of 22 members, and our membership are regulators. And the Retirement Benefits Authority is one of those regulators and actually a founding member of APSA. And we are still growing. So because they noticed this challenge early in 2011, they came up with Mbao pension plan. I know everybody in this room knows what Mbao is. It was an innovated individual pension plan scheme targeting to enroll informal sector workers into some kind of formal arrangement. So these are not workers like you and me, because they cannot fit into the kind of schemes that we have. This kind of schemes that we have are run like clubs. If you work with the Kenya Railways, that is when you can belong to a Kenya Railway pension scheme. If you don't, you have no entry point. And so these innovations have come up, and they have really relied on technology, especially the mobile telephony. And the access to that gadget in the continent is over 90%, and that has made it feasible for these kind of schemes to be innovated. And they have actually pushed the cost of doing business and we call the micro pension schemes. So this was formed in 2019. It grew and reached a membership of about 100,000 in the year 2019 from 2011. And we have seen other innovations in Kenya today come up in the market. I want just to scroll. So in 2011, we had the Mbao pension plan. By 2019, it had a clientele of around 100,000 members. Because the regulator is very innovative the way it regulates, it has allowed pension stakeholders to also innovate in this area. So you have seen the NSSF of Kenya come up with a designed scheme meant to attract pension enrollment amongst informal sector workers called the Haba na Haba. Then we have other stakeholders in the sector. Zamara has a Gifter pension. Octagon Financial Services has a Mobikeza independent pension plan. And when you listen to the regulator speaking in the morning, then he said that even if we treated individual pension plans that we have today, that they regulate and assume that membership there only attracts informal sector workers, then we are barely scratching the surface, because the total membership there is around 225,000. So all the effort that we have made with micro pensions in Kenya has not taken us very far, but it has given us useful lessons. Today we have Kenya National Entrepreneur Savings Trust, championed by government under the National Treasury. And also we have an innovation of Financial Inclusion Fund, what we call the Hustler Fund. Hustler Fund has made a very good attempt, because it is based on provision of credit alone. And so we have got very many youths who are unemployed who have accessed this loan, and the moment you access it, you automatically are enrolled or you contribute to a pension fund. And we think this was, and in some other jurisdictions it's called second generation auto-enrollment. So we enroll you whether you know it or not. So we are making a decision on your behalf, and that is good. So we think, I think because it's still suffering a few governance and administrative challenges, is a good innovation that we can take forward. It's not only in Kenya that this has happened, and in Nigeria, the reforms that were referred to here in the first day of 2014 created a micro-pension scheme. And it had targeted that by the end of 2024, it would have enrolled 77 million people in Nigeria by that time. By end of Q1 of 2025, it had achieved 0.2%. Then when you go to Ghana, they also have tried this effort, and they have a national, Ghana have got what they call People's Pension Trust Ghana. It's called in the local language Mi Daike, My Future. Initiated in 2016 by the financial year 2022-2023, they had managed to enroll 23,460. Okay, and they had targeted that by that time they would have enrolled 500,000 people. The impact is 5%. Then the other example I can give across the continent is Rwanda now. And Rwanda came here to Kenya and studied Mbao, avoided the mistakes that Mbao made, inbuilt a few other things, and then they moved forward. So I'll tell you what they introduced in their scheme. And by end of year 2024, they had actually enrolled 3,244,483,000 people. And that made a big impact. It pushed their pension coverage to almost 40% from 15. So that was impactful. And why is that the case? Yeah, I'm just trying to build a case so that I make you answer. And now I'm taking a bit of time. All these micro-pension schemes are based on a digital solution. For the case of Nigeria, they even had a contribution split. 40% withdrawable and 60% saved for the long term, and that's the pension component. In 2019, they have revised because they have seen they were not being impactful. And so now they have revised that. So they have provided 50% access, 50% no access. What else have they introduced? They have introduced government sponsorship. They still have the digital solutions, and they have introduced insurance policies for basic insurance healthcare. What did Rwanda do differently that Mbao didn't do? It had a digital solution just like Mbao, but I think Mbao didn't have a government sponsorship. And this is what Rwandese did. And they introduced life and funeral insurance and a matching contribution of 18,000 Rwandese francs, contributed only for the first 3 years for each member, and then it stops. And we think that was innovative. What we don't know, and we are aspiring to know now, is what will happen when these sweeteners are removed from this particular innovation. Do we sustain contributions? Do we see stagnation? Because the lesson we've seen from the other early initiatives, other than the Rwanda's case, people pick it up, and when it reaches 100,000, they have stagnated. So we have not met the goal. So it means that there's some things that we still need to do. They have provided useful lessons. So the lesson is, and we've a recent report called How Incentives Can Boost Pensions for Informal Sector Workers. And this was a study done by Cola Pensions Institute, released just the other day in February 2026. It's saying that we needed to stay the course with the incentives. So if you're giving a matching contribution, can you sustain it for the long term? And it doesn't have to be constant. You can start with a big amount, but in the future you can narrow it down. But make sure it is there, because it is speaking to these informal sector workers. When they see something they are being supported in the efforts they are doing, then they can put in more effort. So I think when we understand your health and get to know what really has happened when these sweeteners have been removed, then that is the case. The other lesson we get for Mbao pension plan, for micro pension plan in Nigeria, there was no experiment. So they started by implementing it at the national level. It's very critical that we do an experiment with the region or with the sector, so that we can learn the challenges and tackle those challenges before we go national. So let me stop there for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shem. I think that gives us a good picture from a global perspective. And just building on that, we appreciate from 2011, as you mentioned, we did have quite a number of innovations in the Kenyan market. There could be volumes, but the scalability and also the numbers are there in terms of people who may have subscribed, but the volumes in terms of the quantum may have been a challenge in terms of mobilizing those resources. And maybe that could give us an opportunity to hear from Casey from a point of view from a regulatory perspective. RBS strategy has provided for coverage target of, I think, close to 30–40% by the next 5 years. And perhaps you could shed some light on the interventions that you're doing from a policy perspective to activate, and most important, to sustain, as Dr. Shem, the participation of either the youth, these SMEs and the informal workers. So you can give us a highlight, maybe from that perspective, strategy, and also from policy.
Thank you very much. I think from the policy perspective, first of all, the National Retirement Benefits Policy, which lays the background, it identifies coverage from the perspective of cooperation, that we need to bring the sector players together so that we can pull together. The regulator is there just to make the playing field level. So once that is done, then we come together and do it. But what is RBA doing? RBA is more on the awareness, where we have played with the sector players. We have worked together when we are going for awareness programs. We carry them along when we want people to translate the knowledge they have had to real action. They have been enrolled. So that is number one. Number two is the issue of facilitation of the activities that bring the knowledge to the people about financial inclusion. That we have also done. Now, I know when you read across most literature, you will see that we have very many Kenyans, over 86%, are aware on saving for retirement. But what happens is that the majority of them are not saving, especially in the informal sector. What are we doing to ensure that we are bringing them. I think one policy proposal, which I think the chief executive in the morning discussed, is the sub-accounts within the scheme. So that is going to compete with the chairmas and a bit of the investment clubs, because if within a chama you are contributing 10,000 per month and you wait until December with no growth, then if you do it in a pension scheme, then you would easily get a return out of it, which will change the operation of the chairmas and the table banking. That is going to change things the way they are doing. The other policy element we are looking at, it is the issue of auto-enrollment. That when you get an employment, then you need to be enrolled. And how is it going to do that? Again, through collaboration under the National Social Security Fund. Our NSSF Act is a requirement that we need to enroll. When you have one employee and above, you need to enroll them. But if we took even a simple survey within this room, you'll find that most of our workers, those house managers, farm managers, are not enrolled. But we still talk about informal sector or not. I think we need to start from here. I think it was the president of Aptak that said we need to be bold. I think those of us who have been there for some time, when the NSSF Land Rovers used to pass a market, shops used to close because they were on a recruitment mission. So I think we need to get to that level, that where we visit schools in partnership with NSSF, and of course with the players, where the employees will choose to enroll. That one would work. Then on the other side, I think again we need to be deliberate. Our constitution guarantees health. Now, that is a sweetener that can be put into saving for retirement, especially the informal sector. If in the informal sector people are asked, if you join a scheme, you'll be given some sort of health guarantee that you will benefit. And irrespective of where it will be, if it's mission hospitals or what, it will be a very good sweetener, and it will not be outside the norm. Our constitution guaranteed health. We have seen things happening like free education. Free education has been there. It's only that now we have a challenge. But if we said, if you are in the informal sector and you are joining a scheme, you are going to benefit, you will get health cover to this level. I think majority will join, and we shall expand our coverage to even over 60, because most of the working population, over 83% are in the informal sector. I think I'll stop from there, and then as we proceed.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Casey. I think as I listen to him, he's throwing the ball to the players to figure out how to set this mass market by introducing innovative solutions, which I think the regulator now will, support in terms of incubating ideas. And that flips the question. Perhaps, Jackson, you can come on board before the president can wrap it up on the question side. When I think back, a good system for micropension will cost maybe around 40, 50 million shillings. If you are a service provider looking to, grow that market space, and you convert to a fund value, that should take you to around a fund value of 8 billion, 10 billion you are managing, hypothetically. In the market, we have less than 5, 6 billion on the informal sector workers. So that brings in the question of who bears the cost, the burden of, innovation and how can perhaps, the market think about distribution models that are sustainable and also commercially viable. So Jackson, from your experience, how can we structure as providers, solutions that are still viable, so that you can still earn a return as a player, but also still serving this mass market, from your experience?
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'll start by throwing back the ball to the regulator. I think he has just thrown it to us, to the players, but I want to return. And the first thing that needs to change that front for us to be able to also make a lot of headway to the informal sector is the regulations. Currently, for example, when we have the umbrella schemes, we have minimum number of people who can form an umbrella scheme, for example. That kind of framework needs to be relooked at. Again, the issues to do with the environment, the taxation environment, etc., also needs to be relooked at. Probably, maybe it's a governance issue, and the only person who can push it for us is the regulator. Looking at where we are now in terms of generations, I think if I remember our parents or my parents, they used to talk about, for us we were 10 or we were 12 in a family. Then after that came another class where they were 6, they were 7 in a family. Now for myself, we were 4 in a family. Now for me, I have 2 children. Now I don't know whether my children will have children. They might say they want to stay alone. So it's a scenario that has changed the environment. And based on that, we need also to look at the generational thinking, the changes that the generations are coming up with. Because business is not as usual. One of the things that we need to do to change the informal sector for more uptake of pensions, to me would be the distribution in terms of the digital distribution, because everybody, if you look at everybody now, even in this room, you'll see 50% are on phone. And it has become automatic. It is in people. So if you can have that embedment of the pensions distribution on phone, then it can accelerate the process. 2, we need a lot of stakeholder engagements, whereby how does the public trust that their money is safe? Because when it comes to money issues, everybody gets alert. If we were all sleeping and a shilling fell, days are gone when we say only Kikuyu will wake up, everybody will open their eyes, because everybody is really alert about their coin. And therefore, as much as you put in your coin into a pension, what is the trust of that money is going to be safe? So the trust is stakeholder engagement, so that they are already the trusted bodies that exist. So if you are starting a scheme, or maybe you are starting being a provider of pension, then we need to have that engagement with a person who is trusted by the public. And therefore, that advocacy is going to promote a lot of people to appreciate and also save without fear. We also need to do a lot of capacity building in terms of training. Many times, people may not understand the purpose of saving for retirement. And I saw when my good friend Ezekiel was presenting about the post-medical retirement, is the truth. Whether he's scared us or not, that's a fact. It's not going to change. And there are 2 things that man has no control over. That is your health and your age. You saw Mwangangi when he was trying to jump here. It tells you something. He was trying to get energy to come up. When I started working, Mwangangi was my mentor, and that is back in 2002, when the 1997, well, the regulations, I know you can challenge me, but please, moderator, I need your protection from that. And therefore, we need to accept that you are going to grow old. We need to accept that the old age will need money. The generations that we have now, you can't depend on them. So if you are educating your children, expecting that you are at your old age, you're going to get them to support you, you might be very lucky, because their thinking is totally different from our thinking. So whatever you can save now, please save it with your best half, so that you can have something to take care of yourself in the future.
Yeah.
So I've talked about digital distribution, I've talked about the training so that people get to understand what is there and what is the purpose of savings. And I've also mentioned the issue of stakeholder engagement, that we need to work together, or we need to drive that business in the same direction, and then we have a common agenda. And the common agenda is to make sure that people at their retirement have something to eat, if not to sleep. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm sure Mwangangi is agitating for feedback, but we'll spare that after the session. Right of reply. So let me go to President. I guess you've really been a champion for so many innovative ideas within the social security space, including one that you've just shared with us this morning. As well as also from a CPF group perspective, there's been a lot of innovations towards the informal sector, but we don't seem to hack it. I don't know whether you can prophesy from where you sit. What is it that we need to do? What is the magic to hack this, especially on a micro, I would say what is called a micro pension model that provides for access, that's one, and then of course adequacy, because you can have access to so many people only saving 1,000 shillings, which may not help them in a way. So over to you, and as the president comes on board, I'm also opening up to the panel so that you can note your questions, then you can direct to the floor. Go ahead, thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator. Yeah, I know I've been a champion in this area, and I've really studied it. I've done a lot of research. Even Dr. Homer knows that given to RBA some ideas on some of these things. I started off in CPF in setting up what we call our first micro pension, technology-based individual pension plan. We call it M-Pension. It's a mobile pension. You can enlist in 2 ways or 3 ways: the USSD code, as well as through an app. There's an app you can download and then join and contribute. Now, what is the success? Very low success. My individual pension plan actually only succeeded when I marketed it out in the public as M-Pension, but when I went to the institutional elements, I then had to market it as voluntary contribution, individual contribution. But the cost of acquisition of customer is too high, extremely. And many players will not be able to do this. So then that gave me a chance to rethink. Say, wow, this voluntary route cannot work for these Kenyans. And I want to remind all of us, there are very many products which are voluntary in the market. Financial products. Say, for example, being a member of a savings arrangement like SACCO, which is very good. People know that if you put some amount of money into SACCO, and the rules allow you to borrow 3 times what you have saved, and you just need a guarantor. But how many Kenyans are in these arrangements under voluntary, not the informal sector, you'll find the numbers are very low. So this thing only works, and the circle movement in Kenya is only strong when there is a sponsor or what they normally call it. There's a word for it. The common pool. Like a common pool is either employer, where employer has got contractual permission to deduct and remit. And then for pension, yes, employer has the contractual right to deduct and remit. All that happens, and we are happy that this is going on. But when it comes to voluntary, even if we have a technology like my brother is talking about here, because I have already implemented, as I've said, technology. Very few Kenyans will go to their phone, they have M-Pesa there, or Airtel, and any other, but will they remember to even send every day some money? No. So that route, I have gone through it, found it not working effectively for us to be able to enhance coverage to the level we would want. So what's the third option? I then came up with another idea called Pensions Plus, and I got an award for it, even at the Hague. We normally have this conference every year, pension conference in the Hague, and we submit some innovative ideas. So I've got an award for submitting a proposal for Pensions Plus, which is the bundling of benefits, which is actually what I shared with RBA, and RBA sort of has liked it, and it's now what they're talking about, the 2-pot or 3-pot or whatever structures. In other words, hii ni game ile ya kutanganya ng'ombe itoe maziwa. You know, if you want a cow to give milk, you don't show that you want to milk it. You give it some nice food, like, you know. So while it is eating, you milk it, okay? Or you give it some music. I'm a farmer, so I've come to know that even cows they relax when music is playing. Now, that is bundling of benefits. Again, how much success will we see from it? The same Kenyans, they will be interested in, yes, that one. It will go to some level. I believe when we let it go, it will take us to another level. But will we reach the optimum we are looking for? Again, no. That's why I will bring our regulator and everybody else to the understanding that the stick, you know, there's a carrot and a stick. The most effective is the stick, which is the law. Compelling Kenyans to do it is the solution for mass market penetration. Now, I'm operating in Rwanda. You've talked about the Rwandese experience. We call it, there they call it Mushwal. They call it Mushwal. Sorry, Mushwal is for the medical. They call it HIS, yes. It is being actually run by the pension scheme of Rwanda, RSSB. But, you know, Rwanda is a very interesting country. Most of the compliance is by elders who look you down in those monthly meetings. They have the number kumi. And they will, if you have not contributed your HISA and your mutual contributions, you are in trouble with the elders. So that's why it's working very well in Rwanda. But in Kenya we don't have that. We don't want to be controlled by anybody. We don't even want to promote. But if anybody wants to know your secrets in your house, you don't want it to be known what you are doing in Noyaka walls, very high walls on your compound. Yeah? Even we're supposed to be having addresses. In Rwanda, every house has an address for deliveries. But in Kenya, jaribu weke address hapo ndiko hapa Mwangangi. I don't know what they don't want to be known that they are living there. So basically, I am saying all this has been tried. So my argument is that, based on my experience, what I was selling to us in the morning, today, this morning, is what I now believe in because of my experience that, ladies and gentlemen, tusijidanganye, these Kenyans or these Africans, they are, this thing called nywele ngumu. This thing may work in these other countries, but not in Africa. African people can only listen to orders. And I think I would be in a good company with Museveni, President Museveni. If you hear Museveni talking, he talks from experience. So those good remarks. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kili. I think spot on. It would either be compulsion and not perhaps voluntarily, because we've tried that, it's not working. I want to open to the floor. Your thoughts, your comments from the floor, or any idea that you think you can advance this discussion. And I know Alan is here also from Uganda. I'm sure they've had their fair share of experience. So any comment from the floor? I'm sure as well I could see Mr. Odori is gearing up for the dinner and the cocktail. So we don't need to elongate further so that you can lose the appetite. There's a question on that side. You can just have comments, feedback. Feel free to direct any comment to any of the panelists. Thank you.
I think mine is a comment, and I really feel pity every year that we normally have this big challenge. How do we tell the story of pensions? When you look around this country, and when you want to tell the young people investment in pensions looks like this, there is nothing much to show. A pension is a very selfish kind of investment because ni wewe na wewe unajua what you are taking home. So examples are very rare unless pensions do projects that can equalize or can bring equity in the economy. So I think we lack those kind of projects that you can show your son and daughter, this is what pension money can do for you. So I think there's a need, and I'm seeing it making the roads. I'm seeing those are the stories that are missing. Making power lines, building airports, physical things that people use every day. Then it will change the story of pensions. Because sometimes it's about the emotion. It's not about the justification of what needs to be done. And also training more of the trustees and communication between trustee, fund managers. There's a big gap, and and trustees to members. There's a very big gap, and there's a need for investment in how to tell stories that can resonate and can bring people closer to addressing the issue of pension. So we really lack stories in that area, and it's important we see how to go about it. And I think we'll continue discussing about that. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. I think, yes, there's a gentleman there. If there's any comment or question, then we can go to Mwangangi.
Mine is just a comment, more like to agree with Dr. Tari. Voluntary schemes, what we've seen, do not necessarily improve coverage. Yeah. About 2 years ago, we started one in Uganda under NSSF. We can say it's been extremely successful, but in terms of increasing contributions, not coverage. Because almost up to 80% of those who are contributing and very good money are people that are already covered by the mandatory, side of the scheme. Largely because they already understand why it's important to save. So, whereas it's been successful, the intention that it was going to improve coverage massively is not always true. But we can appreciate that it is improving contributions. It's making already covered members realize they need to contribute over and above what is provided within the law. Yeah, so I think it's totally valid that generally speaking, with the populations, if this little income has so many competing needs, it's often not easy for a person to voluntarily send money. Now, if you think a voluntary scheme will cater for the informal economy, for me, I think the best example is to look at the formal. Even within the formal, as we're in this room, how many people can easily, voluntarily save? If you look at your balances today, they are what they are simply because you belong to some mandatory sort of scheme. So yes, we can continue to run the voluntary ones, especially to enable people save more money, but to be able to cover more people in the informal economy, we need to figure out how to have some model that compels even those in the informal economy to save. Thank you.
Thank you so much. From all the way from Uganda, we appreciate your comments. You're raising your hand, Mr. SG. Any other hand? All right, then we can cross over. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Godwin, I will look at this from a number of 3 factors only. Like the president said, we could be discussing what we are doing here today. We may not want to take it from within because of our kierere. But we have seen evidence elsewhere. Ugandans are here, and the following has happened in their country. We drafted the Uganda Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority Act in the version of Kenyan Retirement Benefits Act. Ugandans took it and they improved that act. Today, the Uganda Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority Act is far much better than the Kenyan Retirement Benefits Sector Regulation Act. Ugandans picked their own NSSF Act. They improved it. Today, it is far much better than the Kenyan National Social Security Fund, except the factor of it can kill development of private pension schemes in Uganda. It is a much better law, which we can also borrow and bring it to Kenya and make ours much better. Why? In Kenya, we have a provision for the government to provide social security in the constitution. Matches as we speak today. Uganda is the first country in East Africa to declare a right to pension in the constitution. Way back in 1995. The provision is still there. In fact, I do not know why they have NSSF Act as a provident fund when the law says every Ugandan is entitled to pension. Provident fund compensation or payment is not pension. But most likely they will improve it far much better and quicker than we are. If you asked me our solution today, and all these stories we are having about infrastructure, affordable housing, we will do it better if we consolidated our schemes and make provision for pensions providers where liability is to the institution as it is under NSSF in Uganda and NSSF in Kenya, rather than having liability for any activities arising in the management of our pension scheme as personal liability of a trustee. Pension providers will be able to innovate and do investments everywhere, including completion of Rirone Road. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, SG. I think that was all put. Let's take the final comment from Mashoya.
Thank you very much. My question is to the RBA. Today, just because it's 1%, it doesn't mean that these people don't have something. If you look at what the market is doing, the Fuliza people, they're putting locked savings. There are people now bringing ZD, the MMFs. So, and even some are buying shambas and saying this is my pension. Yeah? All these structures are inefficient. And the biggest challenge we have is, as you said earlier, the CEO said earlier for RBA, that we designed the original pension plan for employed people. We did not look at it for money in formal sector. I think there has to be concerted efforts to remember that if this money doesn't come to RBA, jurisdiction, it's still going to the CMA jurisdiction and other unregulated jurisdictions. So there still has to be a way to support what is currently today. And I think the issue of allowing people to withdraw money 100%, whether they contributed themselves or by somebody else, is a good step forward, but we have to think about how do we bring this pot within the RBA world. I know we won't solve it today, but what I want to just remind the team is that the alternatives are there. There's no vacuum. Yeah. So let's just find a way to bring them in instead of saying, let's look for a perfect vehicle and that's the day we'll provide them service. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think RBA can respond to that, for that comment. Then perhaps just in 1 minute, we can take one last wrap up, and then we can be able to progress. Then I can ask.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think your question is nice, but I would respond by saying this. I think for a long time, we have measured the wrong indicators, because we are looking at input rather than the output. We should now be concentrating on adequacy and well-being of the members. Then the coverage can be 100%, but what is the adequacy? What is the well-being of the member? I think we have lived so long dealing with the raw materials. We now need to cross the river and start defining what we want. Just based on what you showed us here about post-retirement medical cover, let's also have the same for adequacy. If you feel your adequacy will be 80%, then let's start working on it and start measuring that indicator and well-being of members. I think we shall be better off than reporting we have 26.5% coverage, we have 3 trillion. That trillion, how can it be translated to adequacy and welfare? So I think we need to cross the river and start measuring the right output. Thank you.
You want to respond, then maybe a question around, we talk about innovation a lot on micro pension, but there's less conversation around cybersecurity, which is actually exacerbating risks in the same space. Maybe as you give a comment on that, you can comment on that aspect as well. Then Jackson, we are seeing a lot of money markets, youth saving in money markets. Actually, the money market funds have really grown substantially for the last 3 years. And this, when you look at the demographics, they are still the same people who want them to save into pension. So I don't know whether you would have a comment around how do we turn around to make it more attractive within the context of, because all of them are saving vehicles. But you can use 1 minute each, then the president can wrap up. Thank you.
Thank you, MC. I think this discussion is nice because we are realizing that there are differences in consumer behavior. Our consumers do not only want pension, You know, even us, you only don't eat ugali, then drink water. You eat ugali with some soup. And then you can add a beer. And later on you can smoke. Then you feel complete. Eh? You need a combination of goods to be satisfied. And I think that is what we have learned today. We want to get pensions. We want to be able to access some credit. We want to be able to have some medical cover. And if I'm bereaved, I can be sorted out. And so if you look at the innovations in micropensions, the way they have progressed, and I started with the Mbao, there have been additions to that pot. Okay? I think Kenyans, we can say, added the post-medical retirement fund. So as you send in your money for contribution, as one, there's one that is going to post-retirement medical fund. And there's a bit that can go to insurance. And I think in this market, we also tried some mortgage arrangement that we can also buy you a house under some arrangement. So I need a house. I need to be able to eat when I'm retired. I need to get treatment when I see. I need to clothe. So I need a variety of services. And this is, I think, what the CEO was bedeviling to explain. But what they have done is that they have only created 2 pots. One, they have decided to put 70% for long-term savings, which will give us pensions, but they have reserved 30% to deal with the rest. In some other jurisdictions, these are again subdivided. So you have separate pots for that. And what that does, it does a good thing because then it protects the pension component for the long run. Because when you are sick, you can get treatment, you have a medical cover. When you have school fees issues, you can borrow a loan. If you want a house, you can get, but they're sitting under the same roof. I think that is what is being referred to here as a bundled product. And that is the kind of consumer that we have that we need to have going forward. I think all these innovations, now I want to respond to the second question. To drive down transaction costs, they have relied on ICT, digitalization. And when we digitalize, we are introducing risks that never existed in the financial systems. So we must be aware of that and then put in risk mitigation mechanisms early in place. We know we'll be hit by they call them what? The hackers. So can we be ready before we are hacked? So we must put in protective mechanism earlier on. And these are new risks that we never used to have, but they are there and we need to get prepared for them. And I think provision of financial services today, that is a major, major risk that we need to take care of.
Yeah, thank you. I think Daktari forgot to mention, or maybe he left a gap when he said you drink, you smoke, then when you go, he didn't, he left that hanging. Now, my part is to look at the unit trust. Precisely. And that's why I was talking about the stakeholder engagement in my presentation. For us, me, I work in an insurance company. Insurance companies run the guaranteed funds. And then we have the segregated funds that are being managed by the fund managers, etc. So we have a lot of competition around the same people, around the same money, and the same intention, because all of them are saying the intention is to save, or to multiply your money. However, for the issue of the unit trusts, yes, it is part of the competition that you are going through, and depending on what is the objectivity of your saving, then you find some people want to go to the unit trust to make the savings. But remember, in unit trust, you have the control of that money is within your jurisdiction, 100%. So if I put that money there, within 3 months, I have another issue that arose somewhere, who will stop me from going to pick the money? It's like some of our these agenda seated in front, when they make investments in their homes, most of them do not report when they are doing the buying and the selling. Yesterday I was talking to I met one of my honorable members for dinner. And he was saying at one point he can buy 50 cows, bring them in a lorry, pour them in a ranch, they are taken care of. Then yesterday he was saying he has sent somebody to pick the 50 cows without the notice of the wife. So we were challenging him, how would you do such a thing? Then he's like, when I brought them, did I tell her? So when I take them, it is within my jurisdiction. Now that is a unit trust. That's how you will deal with it. But for pensions, because they are also the regulator who has put down some frameworks, then despite the fact that you have contributed, you cannot wake up tomorrow and get all that money. If you want to, we usually say if you want to benefit from insurance, then you may need to die. If you are dead, will you see the insurance benefits? No. He said at one point when the gentleman from Uganda, right? Most of us, when we make the savings, we don't make savings because we do it voluntarily. Something must have forced us to save. But how do we change that mindset so that we can now start saving on our own and within the rules of the game, where we do not get the money before the time is due for when we needed the money, because we need to save for our retirement. So I said I will work for insurance company, I would be very injustice to myself. So mine is guaranteed funds. We declared 13% last year. So you see, I'm trying. I'm close to NSSF. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Final parting shot in 1 minute. Thank you.
Hello? Okay. This thing has to be. Okay. I think my parting shot is very simple. And this has come from experience and trying other many things here and there. I think the journey is very clear. If we want to achieve what I would call equitable pension and social security arrangement in our countries or in Africa, I think we just have to use one, auto contribution or auto registration or arrangements, and then auto contribution. As I said, if you look at my solution of pay as you spend, basically you pay taxes, which is mandatory by law, but embedded inside there is a contribution to this mass pension arrangement. And then that mass pension, taxation, which is applied and can be enforced, it can now be applied in a waterfall arrangement from the big to the many pockets in our lives, what you are talking about. Because you mentioned the different parts of our lives. We have food, we have shelter, we have health, and we have even all those things can be funded under this kind of arrangement. And the beauty about it, and why I like it most, is it's inclusive, it's easy to enforce, it does not require all these expensive structures. As we have said, and this is very clear in your study, Casey, RBA, this voluntary thing will not take us far. It has been tried in Uganda. When I go to Rwanda, when we go to our meetings of ASA, Africa-wide, everybody is trying something, but all of them are voluntary, but none of them will achieve what we are looking for. So I think it's time to bite the bullet and go for what will possibly work. And that is where I want us to focus our minds on. And I'm saying that as your president, as long as you want me to be your leader, I'm going to take you there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kili. It's very clear that inclusion and coverage from the discussions is no longer a CSR or perhaps a number that we throw in our discussions. I think we need to move from now the talk to action, and perhaps the punching line is that it is not actually the work of the providers. We need to look at now the stick approach, but also government should play a critical role, because ideally it will enhance the social security framework that we do have. So ladies and gentlemen, I think the message is home, and we want to thank you for being patient up to this time. Allow me to ask all of us to give a round of applause to Casey from RBA, Dr. Oma from APSA, the president as well for his thoughts, and Jackson as well. And his message was very timely, that after all this, when you go home, I think now we need to go and experiment that at the gala dinner. So after the dinner, we figure out how to get home. Thank you very much, everyone, and I think that wraps up the session for today. I want to hand over back to the MC.
Thank you very much. Let's give them a round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. I'll kindly request you to remain standing with the exception of Buana Simba. Let's appreciate Buana Simba for that wonderful moderation. Ladies and gentlemen, you can have your seat, Buana Simba. And then I'll kindly request the president to please come. We have some goodies for our panelists, Buana Shem Ouma, Lazarus Casey, and also Mr. Jackson Muli, who've done a very remarkable job in just taking us through the topic that we had. So Kwame, you can just hand them over. I'll kindly request our cameraman, Shota, please. Make haste, please. Kwame, you can just move this a bit so that I can cover it. Yes, we need this to be, yes. You can just come, no order necessarily. All right, let's give them a round of applause. Asante sana, just give me some music. Thank you very much. Asante sana, wonderful stuff, ladies and gentlemen. Asante sana. Thank you very much, Buana Ouma. Asante sana. Thank you very much, Buana Lazarus. Thank you very much. Let's appreciate the president. Asante sana. Ladies and gentlemen, Waswahili wanasema kilicho na mwanzo. Asante sana, sound. Thank you very much, sound. Waswahili wanasema kilicho na mwanzo akifanya nini? Hakikosi mwisho. It is with this, ladies and gentlemen, that I want us to come to the end of this wonderful second day of a very, very electrifying 3-day conference. Tomorrow is the last day, but remember, the day is just beginning. We have a very wonderful gala dinner that is lined up at around 6:30. So we will give you time to just go freshen up. Wale ambao watakuja, itakuwa ni jambo nzuri sana, ili tuweze tukuja tukajimwaya mwaya na tukasahau mambo mengine, ili we just have a good time, ladies and gentlemen. So I will just give very quick directions of where we will be heading to have our gala dinner. The gala dinner will be at Jumbo Gardens. You can also just have that inquiry around the area. Jumbo Gardens, the garden below the exhibition booths should be somewhere around there. Kindly naomba tusimame ili tukaweze kumaliza ona hai, ladies and gentlemen. Asante sana. Please just greet 5 people for me. Tell them thank you for being patient, and do this in your mother tongue, and tell them to meet at the gala in your mother tongue. Thank you very much. In your mother tongue, in your mother tongue, in your mother tongue, in the spirit of cohesion and national unity. Yes, in your mother tongue. Bwana SG, please give me 5 people in your mother tongue. Waambie tukutane for gala. Asante sana. Give me some music, Bwana sound guy. Sound guy, please give me some music, please. All right, thank you very much, sound. Asante sana. Kwa hivyo hivyo tukutane pale saa 12:30. Remember we have a dress code that is denim and white. Denim is denim and white ni nyeupe. Asante sana, tukutane pale, itakuwa nzuri sana. Let's go have time. Remember it's an easy evening. Let's go enjoy each other's company. Remember, let's keep networking and let's keep having fun. It's gonna be beautiful, beautiful. Nipatie mziki Kwame. Asante sana. I'm coming Kare, we talk.